Continuing our evidence with Mr. McGuire, before we return to that, we have two affidavits that have been sworn and circulated amongst council, and I would like to file them as the next exhibits. I can confirm that no council intend to examine the affiants. The first is an affidavit of Charlie Lasorella, and it is RVH 1012, which the registrar should have. I think I might have mispronounced his name, Laricella. And the second is the affidavit of Peter McNeil, and that's RVH 1013. And those, for the registrar's confirmation, are exhibits 194 and 195.
Noted, council. Thank you.
Commissioner, may I proceed?
Yes, we're all on the line. Let's go.
Thank you. Mr. McGuire, we spoke during your evidence yesterday about ProjectWise and audit trails. You remember the discussions we had yesterday?
I do.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up our RVH 1012, please? Oh, pardon me, 1013, please. Mr. McGuire, this is one of the two affidavits which we just filed, and it is from Charlie Laricella. Am I saying his last name correctly?
Yeah, that's correct.
Great. You know him. He's a senior project manager of technical services and engineering services.
Yep, correct.
And he is also one of the internal users of ProjectWise with particular expertise in ProjectWise. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, could you go to page 8, please? And if you could call out paragraph 34. So he affirms that there are 3 ways that a document in ProjectWise can be opened without appearing in the document's audit trail within ProjectWise: view, read only, and photo preview. And all 3 options allow an email to be opened and forwarded or replied to without it appearing in the audit trail. In addition, he affirms that certain files such as PDFs and Word documents can be opened with photo preview within the ProjectWise application. And when an email is opened in photo preview, it creates a message file in a temporary folder. We spoke yesterday about the audit trails for several documents which you found within the director's office folder in ProjectWise, which have audit trails that appear inconsistent with the times that you forwarded them. For example, the email that you forwarded to Mr. Malone on August 30. Do you have a practice of viewing documents within ProjectWise as view, read only, or photo preview?
So I do know that those functions are available as a practice, whether you went in and double clicked on a file, or if it was up in a photo preview or a read or view function. There was a variety of different ways to get at them. So I wouldn't say there was one consistent methodology of looking at files.
And sitting here today, does this information about the way that ProjectWise works as it relates to audit trails assist you in the question I asked you yesterday, which is if you had an explanation for why the audit trails don't seem to line up with what we know about the documents?
So no, I don't have an explanation for why the audit trail and the other elements, appear inconsistent. What I can tell you is from my recollection within ProjectWise, when you right-click a document, there's 20 or 30 activities that you can do to it, including changing state or making final status or versioning. And I thought that all of that, all those things were captured in the audit trail. Maybe there's elements that aren't. So that's what I understand about this.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. You can close this document down. If you can go to OD 9A, page 147, please. I don't know if you can call it 344. So, Mr. McGuire, we're back in the time period of November of 2018. The inquiries received a note from Debbie Edwards dated November 12, 2018. These are the transcriptions of that note, which she made as in handwriting. She testified that she believes you called her after the call that you had with her on November 8 or 9, and that you told her that you spoke to Mr. Moore, and then you relayed information that you'd received from Mr. Moore. You said yesterday that you don't recall speaking to Mr. Moore during this time frame. Does this refresh your memory about speaking to Mr. Moore?
No, it doesn't. And I don't recall speaking to Gary as noted until that meeting with Dan.
Okay. Have you had an opportunity to look at these notes in your preparation for today?
Yeah, I've seen them.
There's a reference to Diana about 2 years ago report. I'm sorry, info over to Diana about 2 years ago. Do you recall learning from Mr. Moore at any point that he had sent info over to Diana, who I'm going to suggest is Diana Swaby, for the purposes of refreshing your memory, about 2 years prior to 2018?
No, it doesn't. And I don't know Diana Swaby. I don't believe we ever connected.
Okay. Mr. Moore had provided the Tradewinds report to the city's external legal counsel, Shillingtons, after a meeting with them in August 2017. Did you ever become aware of that?
I did become aware of it through this process, but not before that.
Ms. Edwards references look at a UK standard. There was no standard in Ontario. Report is a bit misleading since not binding. Again, Ms. Edwards testified that she understood you were conveying Mr. Moore's comments, but just so that I can confirm, did you in mid-November of 2018 hold the view that there was no standard in Ontario and the report was therefore a bit misleading?
I held the view that there was no standard in Ontario. I'm not sure that these are Debbie's notes, so I'm not sure what she took from that.
Okay, and you don't remember a conversation with Mr. Moore in which he conveyed this before you met with him at the end of November?
Yeah, correct.
Do you recall raising with Mr. Moore before the meeting that you have at the end of November with him about why the Golder report was only in draft?
No, I don't.
And do you recall any discussions with Mr. Moore about John McLennan being aware?
No, I do not.
Registrar, you could close this down and go to page 135, please. Could you bring up 136 as well? So it looks from this point like you move from dealing with Ms. Edwards primarily in legal service to Ms. Berdina McNeil being your primary contact within legal. Is that your recollection as well?
With respect to the FOI?
With respect to sort of going forward with this process. In November, there seems to be a shift from Ms. Edwards to Ms. McNeil.
Yeah, that's correct.
Did you understand that Ms. McNeil had particular expertise in dealing with FOIs?
No, not in not in any specific manner.
Okay. On November 11, you emailed Ms. McNeil a number of documents, which is set out in 332. And those attachments are summarized over the following pages in the overview document. You'll see the first one is summarized at 336, which is an email from Dr. Zarowski to Mr. Moore and Mr. Audie on October 18, 2007. And it is the MTO friction testing that later those spreadsheets come to be in later documents as well. Where did you find the MTO friction data email that you send as that first attachment to Ms. McNeil?
The source of most of this would have been in those project-wise folders.
Okay. You also send an attachment from Mr. Moore to Tom Jazenko, which we spoke about briefly. Registrar, could you go to the next page, please? You send a copy of the standalone trade wind report, and you send the December 17th, 2015 email that enclosed the trade wind report that we looked at yesterday. To your recollection, when did you first view that last document, the December 17, 2015 email? This is the one that had the forwarded banner on August 30.
So is this the only email that contains the Tradewind report? If that's the case, then my understanding is it was late September.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to the next page? You enclosed some Red Hill counts in an email from Mr. Shabib that you had obtained or that you had received in an email from him. Why were you asking Mr. Shabib for traffic counts, volume data?
I don't know.
Okay. And the last is a Red Hill summary that appears to be an updated version from the briefing that you sent to Dan. Is that a fair sort of summary of that document?
Yeah.
Registrar, could you go to page 146, 147, please? Registrar, could you go to 145 and 146 first? Registrar, could you go to 144 and 145, please? Apologies. I forgot how long this chronology of events is. You'll see at the top, Mr. McGuire of 144 at 3:02. Ms. Jacob emailed you a chronology of events. Did you direct her to prepare this chronology?
I don't recall directly asking her, but I know, and I can't tell you exactly when, that we were trying to resolve some of the issues and timing around this. So I'm not, yeah, I don't recall directly, but I mean, I think there was a number of chronologies being developed, at least one or two.
Ms. Jacob copied Mr. Vala. To your knowledge, did Mr. Vala have a copy of the gold or trade wind reports?
I don't know.
Did you have any direct conversations with Mr. Vala, which left with you with the impression that he understood the contents of the trade wind report? I mean, had read the contents of the trade wind report?
No, I don't believe that I talked to Sarath about this.
Registrar, can you now go to 146 and 147, please? So 4 lines down on 146, there is a reference to August 30th. How about regular shave and pave, forward to Susan? And then it says decision to revert to shave and pave rather than HIP. And then that same morning after you received this chronology from Ms. Jacob, you say, when did we decide absolutely to eliminate HIP? October question mark. And she says end of August, I would say. And so looking back now, recognizing it was not entirely clear to you in mid-November, is it your evidence that you made the decision to move away from hot in place on the Red Hill at the end of August?
No, I mean, I think I don't know when the date of this exchange is, but that's pretty close in time, and I'm not sure then when the decision was made. And Susan and I appear to have slightly different view of it. But no, if your question is, am I certain we said it was the end of August? I would say no, because I think we're still, in my mind, reviewing it. But
is there something you can pinpoint in October that would have that led you to suggest October as your impression or inkling that was when it was that's when the decision was made?
No.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 149, please? And can you call it 350? So you arrange a meeting with Ms. McNeil that ultimately goes forward. There's a bit of back and forth, but it looks like it is November 12. She suggests the 13th. You say, how about today? Was this the first time that you had met with Ms. McNeil about Red Hill related matters?
To my understanding, yes.
Going into this meeting, did you think that the trade wind report would have to be disclosed as part of the FOI?
I don't believe that I had the opinion that it wouldn't, but I think your question was, did I think it would or would be released? And my understanding is that it was responsive, yes.
And was Ms. McNeil providing advice on that very question?
Well, eventually she gets to, providing an entire summary and spreadsheet on the FOI, but I don't know if that was the question of the day. I think we were just trying to get together and understand sort of the framework on the review.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and go and pull out 351, please? Mr. Zagaric organized an email a meeting with, he identifies himself, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Sabot. Were you aware as of November 12 if Mr. Zagaric had been informed about the trade wind report?
I don't recall.
Do you recall meeting with Mr. Zagaric?
There were a number of meetings which included Mr. Zagaric, but I can't recall the exact dates right now. And if you're asking this date or in advance of it, I don't recall.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can go to the next two pages, 150 and 151, please. You'll see at the bottom of 150 at 354 that Ms. McNeil emailed you about a discussion she had with Ms. Watson in the privacy office. about an extension for time. And Ms. McNeil asked for estimates about how long the search would take and how long you would be needed to compile documents that appeared to be responsive. And you provided a draft response. Registrar, can you go to HAM 61983? Go to image 2, please. So this is the form that initially came with the original FOI that was supposed to be filled out. Registrar, can you call out the 2 paragraphs under list any concerns? It says key staff will be out of the office. So just for confirmation, we've received information that you're out of the office on vacation from November 15th to 26th. Is that your recollection as well?
Yeah, that's correct.
During that time, was there anyone in Public Works that you tasked with handling this FOI?
I believe that, Dipankar, is it Dipankar Sharma? Maybe he was working on some stuff with the audit, and I think Diana was working on assembling a bunch of the records as well.
During your vacation?
That's my recollection, but.
Okay, I think they do become involved after, but your recollection sitting here today is that they were involved during your vacation?
My recollection is they were involved, but I don't know exactly when it started or, whether it was during my vacation or not.
Okay, is there anyone that you specifically tasked with dealing with the FOI during your vacation?
I can't recall.
Okay, you say the testing, that this is your response. This is the email that you sent back to Ms. McNeil. The testing refers to an international UK standard as Ontario / Canada does not have an industry accepted test for friction values. These responses aren't recognized as authoritative in Ontario and may cause concern upon their release. What was the basis for your comment, these are not recognized as authoritative in Ontario?
Well, I mean, I think it's the second paragraph or the second section in the trade wind report identifies that there is no Canadian or Ontario standard. So I believe it's buried in that report, or at least in the front end of the report.
Oh, I think that covers off that first sentence that I just read to you. The second one, these responses aren't recognized as authoritative. What's the basis for that statement?
Well, so what I guess, what authority in Ontario would recognize these friction values?
Yeah, did you know that authorities in Ontario wouldn't recognize these friction values?
But at this point in time, I understand there is no standard. So yeah, that's the framework for that sentence.
Registrar, could you close this document down and go to 9A, page 165 and 166, please? See at the bottom of 165, you emailed Mr. Malone on November 27, checking in on next steps on the Red Hill. You say, I recall I was creating a report that would ask permission to start a functional plan on that asset. And you asked to be reminded about what steps SEMA was taking. and asked for an update. Were you expecting anything from SEMA or Mr. Malone in respect of the emails you exchanged about friction back in September?
Sorry, this exchange is, I believe, the sort of the genesis of Brian providing us a executive summary or synopsis of the illumination report.
Yes, you note that were you providing us a synopsis of the full report? My question was, were you expecting Mr. Malone or SEMA to provide anything to you in respect of the emails that you exchanged in early December about friction?
No, I'm not.
You didn't speak to Mr. Malone directly about the trade wind report in November of 2018. Is that right?
To my knowledge, that's correct.
You didn't speak to him at all in 2018 from this point forward through December. Is that right? Pardon me, about the trade wind report.
So I had ongoing conversations with a number of consultants across 2018, but with respect to Brian and the trade wind, no, I don't believe we had any conversations in 2018.
Other than Golder, did you have ongoing conversations with any other consultant?
Not that I recall, no.
Registrar, can you go to page 167 and 168? The notes excerpted on 168 are from November 27, and you'll see in the right-hand side, it says Dan Gord Gary. You recall attending a meeting with Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Moore on November 27?
I do.
What did you understand your role in this meeting to be?
You know, I wasn't leading the meeting. I was just, I was attending to have a conversation with Gary and Dan about the trade wind report.
Were you looking to gain further information from Gary?
Yes.
Registrar, could you call up RVH 1005. That's a transcription of your notes. And Registrar, on the other image, can you call up OD9 page 67? Pardon me, I misspoke, page 167. And can you thank you. But now on the other image, can you have up RVH 1005? There we go. Okay, so Mr. McKinnon, on the left-hand side at the top is a transcription of Mr. McKinnon's notes of this meeting. And on the right-hand side is a transcription from those handwritten notes that we were just looking at, your handwritten notes. Registrar, could you call out Mr. McKinnon's notes at the top of 167, just so they're a little bigger? So in Mr. McKinnon's notes on the left-hand side, he records Mr. Moore as advising that the trade wind report received in draft only, and that Golder was paid for the work they did, and that the Golder report also analyzed cracking. At this point, was any of that new information to you?
I don't think so, no.
In both of these notes, I'll suggest it appears that you and Mr. McKinnon asked Mr. Moore, and Mr. Moore answers about the process to go from the Golder report and the Tradewind report to reprogramming or programming for the resurfacing. And there's a note about a conference in Halifax in 2017, and then sending materials to Ireland in February 2018. Did you have concerns that the Tradewind report said to do more testing, and that Mr. Moore did not report any testing between 2014 and 2017?
No, I didn't have a concern at that moment, or no, I didn't have any concerns.
Did you have any questions about why there was a 3-year gap?
Yeah, I mean, I think it was we're just trying to gather some information here and understand what what had been done with this report and where the process was headed.
Recognizing you're trying to just gather facts and reserve judgment at this point, when I say, did you have concerns about that 3-year gap, I'll rephrase. Did you find that 3-year gap to be a long time that seemed unexplained?
Well, I mean, again, the Tradewind report, it's been a little while since I read it in detail, but I believe it said to do further testing, but it didn't say or do further review or something along those lines. It didn't say do it immediately, do it in a 6-month window, do it in a 5-year window. So I didn't see anything time bound in that report.
That wasn't my question. I wasn't asking about what you interpreted the report to say in terms of timing. I'm asking about what you were starting to think about this. Did you feel like 3 years was a pretty long time for nothing to have happened?
I don't know. I didn't think that time frame, based on what I understood in the Tradewind report, was completely inconsistent. I was trying to understand still, this is information gathering, and whether he had done any further follow-up.
But he told you that he didn't until 2017, right?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, you can close both of these documents, and if you can go back to OD9, page 168 and 169. And before you move on, the transcription, RVH 1005, needs to be marked as the next exhibit, please.
Noted, Council. Thank you. That's exhibit 196.
Thank you. Registrar, can you call out 402, please? On November 28, you told Mr. Beck that you had spoken to Ludimir last night, and he is bringing that PSV report along today. So at this point, this is November 28. Did you understand that Golder had not sent to the city a report in respect of the testing that they had done in 2017?
So at this point in time, I don't believe I have seen a report. I think I understand about the testing, obviously, with the conversation with Gary. But no, I'm not. I don't think I'm aware that there isn't a fulsome report.
Had Gary communicated to you, even at a high level, what the results of the testing from 2017 were, as far as he understood them?
No, I don't recall.
Okay. Had you received information from other staff that they had a sense of, at least at a high level, what the 2017 results look like?
No, I don't believe I have.
Okay. So you know the tests have been done. You know what tests were done. at least that there was a PSV test, but you have no idea about the outcome and the results of those tests?
No, I don't think I've seen any results at this point.
Okay. And is that why you called Dr. Uzarowski in order to get that?
Yeah, I'd have to say yes.
Did you speak to Dr. Uzarowski about the Golder report or the Tradewind report when you called him on November 27th?
I don't recall.
Did you advise him that you had found the Golder report or the Tradewind report?
No, I don't recall.
You don't have any recollection either way?
No, I don't have any recollection either way.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to page 170 at paragraph 404, please. So here's an email with from Dr. Uzarowski with a high-level summary of the reports. You were also expecting a proper written report, is that right?
Sorry, what day is this?
Oh, yeah, the OD sometimes doesn't make that clear. It's this is November 28th.
Okay. So I would assume I'm still not aware if there's a full report or not, and I've connected with Golders, and he's sent me this response.
And you're aware that the city doesn't have a report. You're just not sure if Golders drafted it and not sent it. Is that right?
I don't know if I'm aware either way.
Okay. But you were expecting one. That was what you were asking for.
Again, if I back up, and I can't remember exactly when, but during that FOI, we've uncovered the proposal and the assignment. So I'm expecting that at the end of that there'll be a consultant's report.
Number 4 in this list of comments. We attempted to run British pendulum test. However, due to light, snow, and negative temperatures, the test was considered meaningless. Were you aware before you received this email from Dr. Uzarowski that of Golder's view about the British pendulum test results?
I believe this is the first time I'm seeing or understanding it.
And just so that I'm not, so I'm fair to you and to the evidence, this email also has some laboratory results and some measured depth results attached. And so when I asked you earlier, you were expecting a written report. You'd still expect something more than this email and some attachments that have laboratory and other types of data testing. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. I just didn't want to leave the impression it was just this email. Registrar, you can close this down. You forwarded this to Mr. Sharma, who, as you said earlier, was involved in compiling things for audit services. Why did you send this to Mr. Sharma?
So are we looking at paragraph 405?
Yes.
Well, he was part of the asphalt audit group, as well as I thought he was involved in sort of the correlation of the information that he had on the audit side together with the information that was being requested from the FOI.
Thank you. So you weren't looking to him for any technical input into Dr. Uzarowski's, the content of Dr. Uzarowski's email?
No, I was not.
And did you anticipate that the results from the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation would also be responsive in the FOI?
I would say my understanding was yes. It had done testing, and I believe the scope of work referred to I can't remember the exact terminology, but yeah, testing of the material characteristics of the Red Hill. So it seemed to fit into either that 2 or 4 year window. I can't remember exactly those time boundaries.
Registrar, can you go to page 169, please? If you call it 401. So you're back in the office on November 27 from your vacation. And on that day, Mr. Sharma emailed Mr. Pellegrini under the subject line Red Hill Valley report. And he says the report that redacted as advised by legal, engineering service received an FOI in Red Hill. The complete report and other related documents are currently being reviewed by legal. Once complete, we will provide a complete / non-redacted package for your review. The inquiries received evidence that Mr. Sharma sent Mr. Pellegrini a copy of the Golder report that had redactions on the Golder report's summary of friction testing, and that the Tradewind report was not included as an appendix to the Golder report. Did you discuss providing a redacted copy to audit services with Ms. McNeil before it was provided to audit services?
I don't recall that. And if you look at the calendar, I'm away for a couple of weeks, so I'm not sure what is exactly taking place here, but no, I don't recall having that conversation with Berdina in advance of this, or Ms. McNeil.
Did you decide what would be redacted and what would not?
No.
Who did?
Well, legal would provide that information.
Do you know who actually did the redactions?
No, I don't.
Did you direct Mr. Sharma to provide a redacted copy to audit services once it was ready?
I don't recall, and I think I think he was working together with the folks at legal, but that's my recollection.
Okay, and is it possible that in fact you were more involved than you have a recollection of right now?
Well, considering the volume of material that came out in the FOI, I think it was 40 or 50 tabs of information. I know that we compiled it. I know that I didn't go through each document with an eye to reviewing what may or may not be responsive, because I don't have that skill set.
Were you aware before the redacted copy was sent to audit services that it was going to be sent to audit services?
I don't believe I was, but there was a lot of data being exchanged with audit, and it might have just been part of that process.
Okay, and you'll agree with me that the Tradewind report was, in your mind, potentially the most sensitive of the documents that went into the FOI. That was the one that you were actually most concerned about being released publicly, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So when you say there's 40 documents, you didn't look at all of them, you would have been particularly focused on the Tradewind report and how it was being disclosed or used by city staff or anyone else, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to page 190 and 191, please? You'll see in the bottom of 190 on December 3rd, Mr. Pellegrini emailed you and Mr. Sharma. Registrar, can you call out his email at the top of 191, please? Actually, can you call out, keep going down and call out from there and then 433 as well? Great. So he says, we need an unredacted version. We can't wait till legal services has completed their review. It may take months. Please tell me the name of the solicitor. And you respond, possibly there was some miscommunication. We're happy to have you review the file. We have a copy here, and you can arrange with Diana to come and see a copy. And you copied Ms. McNeil into this email with Mr. Pellegrini. And then you reference the data that was withheld at legal services advice was related to friction testing and subject to an FOI. And then you confirm some things were redacted and there's one appendix that had not been included. When you offered or invited Mr. Pellegrini to come and review the file, to come and see the copy, it's what you say. Did you understand that the auditor would come and review it, but was not going to take a copy for its files?
That was my understanding.
Registrar, could you close this down and call up 191 and 192, please? And the inquiry has heard evidence that while you were in a meeting the following day, Mr. Pellegrini did come, he did review, and then he took a photocopy of the Golder report unredacted and the trade room report. Is that right?
Yes.
How did you react on learning this?
It was a concern, or it was a bit of a surprise. I thought that we were, positioned in such a way that the legal was working with the FOI and audit would get the information as as that came forward, but audit determined that they wanted that copy and he took it. So
Mr. McKinnon described you as feeling a little betrayed. Is that accurate from your perspective?
I would characterize it as confused. I mean, I was getting, instructions from legal and then trying to ensure that I was complying with audit, and it felt like they were different tracks, and it was difficult to align them.
Registrar, could you call out the text at the top of 192, please? This is an email to Ms. Audie and Ms. McNeil. To this point, had you had any discussions with Ms. Audie about Red Hill related matters?
Nicole, toward the end of November.
This is beginning of December.
Yeah, I mean, I don't directly recall when we started having conversations with legal, but I know we did have conversations with Ms. Audie, but I'm not sure when they start.
Okay. This is an email to them, and you say in the second paragraph, we discussed the concerns about the sensitivity of our materials, and then you go on to say in the next paragraph, the position you had advised was to provide the auditor the 2014 Golder report, but with redactions. And then you say Mr. Pellegrini came in and made copies. And so you'll agree, at least you were aware at some point that Ms. McNeil had provided advice to provide a redacted copy of the Golder report, right?
Yeah, correct.
The last full paragraph, I'm concerned that the audit now has records that may be released prior to our MFIPA response. This may influence our position on the file. What exactly was your concern, and what was influencing the position on this file?
Well, I mean, here we are in early December. I think I'm, trying to sort out who's leading on this. We have an MFIPA request, and it's elevated now to the general manager, the city solicitor. I'm getting advice from them. I'm also getting a request from audit. It's a confusing time. There's a lot going on, and I'm not necessarily sure about, the phrase "our position," but I mean, I'm trying to figure out who has data and when it's moving forward, and if I've made a mistake or overstepped here, or not followed instructions correctly.
And so, in other words, are you worried that the audit could actually release this material and that you had facilitated that happening through a miscommunication? We worried about that?
I mean, I'm worried about the sensitivity of the material at this time, and the fact that I don't, we haven't informed council, and I don't know audit's process well enough to know about whether the materials are released or not. And so, I mean, I'm experiencing this this set of meetings.
You're experiencing them with fairly significant stress. Is that fair to say?
It's a series of events that I don't have a playbook for, and it's very difficult to try and maneuver through. Still, trying to ensure that, I'm not new in the job, but still less than a year in, and trying to figure out how to respond to what appears to be a pretty complex and nuanced scenario.
That's right. You're not new in the job, but you're still finding your feet in the director role, and you don't have the same materials background that Ms. Jacob or Mr. Moore have, and that's what this is about. And did that add sort of a layer of stress for you? The technical piece?
The technical piece, at this point, I was, not super comfortable with it, but I understood enough now through, in particular, the audit at the front end of the year brought a lot of that technical component into the role early. But the elements around friction were still, not well understood, and even, within our consultants and within our own staff. But yeah, so that's the answer on that one.
Registrar, you can close this and go to 172 and 173, please. So I'm going back a few days in time. Registrar, can you call up the notes at 173? So don't feel that you have to decipher these. These are Mr. Malone's notes of a call with Mr. Soldo from November 30. You weren't on that call. Mr. Soldo testified that he told Malone about the Tradewin report on this call. Mr. Malone does not recall this and testified he wasn't aware of the Tradewin report till much later. Prior to November 30th, had you had any discussions with Mr. Soldo or others about Mr. Soldo providing CIMA with a copy of the Tradewin report?
We had conversations about bringing all of the data forward with CIMA, but I can't remember exactly when those started because now in retrospect, I know that CIMA writes a letter, but that's much later on.
So you said we had conversations, that's you and Mr. Soldo?
Correct.
And do you recall the outcome of those conversations in which you were discussing whether to provide all this information to CIMA?
Not directly, no.
You can't remember if you landed, you and Mr. Soldo, on actually providing this information to CIMA or not?
Yes, I don't remember exactly how that landed.
Okay. And to the extent that these decisions were happening, was that a joint decision between you and Mr. Soldo? Did you involve anybody else in that decision making?
I mean, at this point, I think Dan and or Mr. McKinnon and Ms. Audie would have been involved in in any of those conversations, but we're headed towards this sort of roadside safety report together with the illumination report. And the resurfacing is really the kind of the focus that I recall.
Okay. So sitting here today, you don't recall whether city staff, the ones you just mentioned, decided to provide SEMA with a copy of the trade wind report before November 30th?
Again, I recall having conversations. I don't recall exactly when. And if Edward provided Brian on that date, that, you know, I mean, we're right in that time frame for all that information being, you know, understood and compiled. But if it was later, then I wouldn't have to. I wouldn't be able to give you any more insight.
Okay. So recognizing you may not have the insight, I just want to, and I'm sorry to repeat myself, I will move on. You don't recall the city making a final decision about whether or not to engage SEMA in November of 2018?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down. Do you recall what the discussions were about what SEMA would be asked to do if the decision was to send the information over to SEMA?
I mean, at that time, no, I don't believe. No, I don't recall.
In your view, who was responsible for ensuring that the Red Hill was safe to drive on in light of the trade wind report?
I mean, most of that would flow through to the operations group and how they were, you know, watching the safety and the statistics.
And when you say the operations group, there's been so many changes in titles over time. You mean roads and operations under Mr. Soldo?
Yeah, correct.
And you said most of that would flow through the operations group. What about the parts that didn't flow to the operations group?
I would have to say the majority of it. So yeah, the safe operation of the road would lie with operations.
Registrar, can you go to page 77? Sorry, I misspoke again, page 177. And can you bring up 178 as well, please? You met with Ms. McNeil and Ms. Cameron on December 3rd. So just because we bumped around a little in time, this is before Mr. Pellegrini came to your office and made a copy of the trade wind report. We've received an agenda, notes, and a partial recording of this meeting. It looks like you may have prepared an agenda for the meeting and then notes were inputted into the agenda. Is that how you recall this note-taking process for this meeting?
Yes, that's my recollection.
Were you aware that this meeting was recorded?
Yeah, I mean, obviously I've heard the recording. Yeah, I must have been aware of it, or.
Was Ms. McNeil aware?
I don't know that.
Did you record it or did Diana?
To my understanding, Diana recorded it.
With your knowledge?
I believe so, yes.
At your direction?
I don't recall, but I mean, yeah, I don't recall directing it to be recorded, but it was, so.
Okay, so there are a few sets of notes. There's this set of notes, which, in fact, maybe Registrar, could you bring up 178, 179, please? there's reference to 1, 2, 3, 4, and there's 5, 6, 7, 8, and over these 2 pages. That was your initial agenda, is that right?
I believe so, yes.
Under number 6, it says, if there is a need to inform council of this matter, and then the bullet point says legal, city manager, GM, PW will decide on the strategic direction with Gord's input. Am I correct in inferring that the first line is your question and then the second is Ms. McNeil's response during the meeting?
That's my, that's my understanding.
At this point, did you have a clear view about whether there was a need to inform council? Or was that still a question in your mind?
I wasn't sure of what the report or reporting process would be, but I don't know if I'd turn my mind to whether there was an absolute sort of binary yes, no on it.
Registrar, can you go to RVH 1011, please? So this is a transcription from of the partial recording. Registrar, could you make this the next exhibit, please? 197, I believe.
Noted, Council. Thank you.
Mr. McGuire, have you had a chance to review this in preparation for your evidence today?
Yes, I believe I have.
I'm going to try not to dive too deeply into it, but I'm happy to go to places in it if you need. You discussed microsurfacing at various points through the recording. At this point, had you considered whether it would be possible to microsurface ahead of the resurfacing?
I mean, at this point, my understanding of the microsurfacing process was that it would probably require us to be in a warmer sort of temperature window. I don't think I have a lot of information on it at this point, but that was my understanding of it at that time.
Okay. Registrar, can you go to image 12 and 13, please? If you look at your comments at the bottom of page 12 and then into page 13, the bottom of page 13, you say the strange offering that happened here is that we've known about this friction issue for a while. And you go on to say there's an action item on 13. Somebody injected resurfacing capital into the RVHN link. That's an action item for me to go back and find out what happened. And then below you say this is an odd maneuver. And you're talking through the timing of the the Golder report, and then the testing that you do in 2017. And again, I'm just trying to summarize a fair bit of information in a short period of time. You seem candid in this discussion with Ms. McNeil that you had concerns about the fact that friction testing had been done, microsurfacing had been recommended, but not done. And then there was a 3-year period when nothing happens. And then PSV surfacing testing was done, but not rerun when it was inconclusive. I know I've just summarized a number of things, but is that fair that you were trying to convey that information and your concerns about that information to Ms. McNeil?
Yeah, correct. I mean, we've got, this is in sort of in context to the media, and, they've identified an expedited resurfacing. They've also noted that the road is, quote unquote, slippery, that we've done further testing. So I'm trying to give her some background as to what has been done over time.
You're also finding it a bit bizarre that there was this quick move to resurface, but then it's drawn out by trying to assess whether to recycle this asphalt that has had, that's the subject of the trade wind report. was that also part of the information that you're trying to convey?
Yeah,
The
correct.
chronology is flows in that way.
Yes, correct.
Registrar, can you turn to image 22, please? So on this page and really on the second half of this page, so why don't we follow up an agenda on the 14th? And Ms. Cameron says, we're doing the FOI at the same time. All these OBL items are just going about safety. And Ms. McNeil says, at this period of time, did you have a view about going to council with the lighting, speed, and roadside safety reports without raising the trade wind report with council first?
So at this point in time, to my knowledge, we don't have a decision to bring the trade wind report forward yet. That's my understanding of it.
And so does that cause you some concern that you would bring the safety related reports on lighting and speed and the roadside safety assessment to Public Works and to council and do that without them having knowledge of the trade wind report?
Yeah, correct.
And so you providing all this information to Ms. McNeil, and I've skipped over it, but she's providing sort of advice and guidance to you about the FOI responsiveness. Why did you want Ms. McNeil to have a full sense of the things that were rattling around in your brain? I'll say, sounds like you have a lot of things you're trying to convey to Ms. McNeil in this conversation. Why was that? And was it because you were concerned about this issue sort of broadly?
Yeah, I mean, definitely there's broad concerns. Obviously, we've got legal involved at a fairly high level. We've got a significant amount of material that we're compiling and reviewing for a Freedom of Information request. We have this report and this history of, the perceived performance on the road, and it's all getting ready to move forward in an FOI in sort of a very short window. So I'm trying to read her into what I knew at the time and what information was available to me at that time.
It appears that your focus at this time is really on how to get through, one, figuring out what happened under Mr. Moore's watch, and then two, the best way to deal with a potential reputational fallout when the trade wind report is disclosed, reputational to the city. What concerns or what thinking did you do, if any, about the current safety of the road at this time in December of 2018?
So, I mean, again, all of the understanding about the potential performance of the road, the wet weather issues, the information that we'd had to that point in time is obviously questions and concerns about the safety of the road. But my mind is turned to, we have a major resurfacing project coming, and that's where our focus is.
I understand, but that's at least 6 months away, maybe 5 months away if you move quickly. What about that period of time?
Well, in the interim, I know that since 2014, when this report was done, there's been the 2015, I believe, the SIMA roadside safety review. I know that operations has tasked a number of the items, and I can't remember. There was I think a 3-page chart of short and medium and sort of long-term countermeasures. So I'm aware that there's a lot of activity taking place around the safety of the road, but yeah, I mean, the immediate term, that was my focus.
Registrar, you can close this down and go back into OD9, page 97 and 98, please. And if you can call out 452 and 453. Thank you, Registrar. In fact, you can close down the one for. That's perfect. Thank you, Registrar. On December 4, you followed up with Dr. Zarowski on your email asking for the final written report. And you asked as well, why did the pendulum testing not get performed during more favorable conditions at another time? And we will go through, you have many conversations or emails exchanges with Dr. Zarowski about to finalize the report, but particularly on this question that you asked, why the pendulum testing did not get performed during more favorable conditions. Did you receive an answer from Dr. Zarowski on that point?
I'm trying to recall all the exchanges, and I don't recall getting an answer on this, and maybe the record will reflect that there was one, but I don't recall it this time.
Did you consider having British pendulum testing arranged to be completed again once weather conditions were more favorable?
No, I don't think I considered that at this moment. If you're asking at the moment, am I considering that? And I don't think I am.
I am, having learned that the British pendulum testing was meaningless. Dr. Zarowski's words, as a result of the weather conditions under which they were performed. Were you considering, or did you consider rerunning them?
Well, I mean, the email that I sent him was in December of 2018, and apparently he tested in December of 2017, and the conditions weren't favorable. So at that point, I don't think I'm turning my mind to having him rerun the tests like immediately, given that he didn't get favorable results in the same season last year.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to page 199, please? And if you can call out 455. You'll see the underlined portion of this email that you send to some of your staff is that all communications with the go through my office via Dipankar, so Mr. Sharma. In your past experience, did you typically assign a main contact person to deal with audit?
So
when you had to deal with audits?
Yeah, I mean, in general, if we were dealing with audit, it would usually be like through the project manager or SPM or something on specific to a project. In this instance, the auditor is auditing a program, so sort of the entirety of the condition assessments, the material designs, and the construction techniques. So to my knowledge, we haven't had a program audit before, so it made sense to assign a single key person.
Registrar, could you close this down? Mr. McGuire, we have received evidence in the inquiry that Mr. Sharma created spreadsheets of documents that were going to be sent to the auditor. Did you get any direction about whether to include the Golder or the Tradewind reports on those spreadsheets?
No, I don't recall.
We know that Mr. Sharma sent the redacted version of the Golder report to Mr. Pellegrini. To your knowledge, did Mr. Sharma, otherwise have a copy of the unredacted version?
I don't recall that. So, I mean, if he sent a redacted version, I'm assuming there was an unredacted version obviously in our system, but I don't know if he had access to it.
to your knowledge, did Mr. Sharma know of the existence of the trade-in report? With some context about what its contents were?
The Ponker or Mr. Sharma probably had an understanding of all of the files that were in the sort of the bucket to deliver to audit, but I don't think he understand or read or had a contextual understanding of each and every one of them.
He was not alive to the sensitivities around the trade-in report?
I don't recall. And then, the Ponker was assembling the records on the audit, and then this came in. So I don't think, I don't know if we had that conversation or if he was aware of it.
Registrar, can you go to page 196 of OD9A? And can you flip 445, please? Actually, can you close this down? Go to the page before and call it 443, please. So on December 4th, Ms. Audie emailed Mr. Zagaric and Mr. McKinnon saying, based on my conversations with Gord and Berdina, it's Ms. McNeil, today I think we need to get everyone together on the same page to discuss the totality of the reports and information on this issue and review next options. She proposes next Thursday afternoon and sets out who should be there, which includes you. Do you remember attending the meeting that was subsequently scheduled for December 6th?
If I remember correctly, I think December 6th was also like a rates budget. And then we had a conversation right after that.
And do you recall that Mr. Zagaric, Mr. McKinnon, Ms. Audie, Mr. McLennan, and Ms. McNeil were among the attendees?
I recall, I recall having a number of meetings on the Red Hill.
This would have been the first big one.
Yeah, so I do recall having these meetings. I don't recall that meeting in detail, but I do know that it was we were overlapping with some of the other stuff that was going on.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down? And can you go to page 201? You'll see at 462 and 463, you have a back and forth with Mr. Soldo in which you say, there's a meeting tomorrow with the city manager, legal and risk will advise of next steps. I'll let you know ASAP. Mr. Soldo didn't attend the meeting on December 6th, to your recollection?
Not that I recall.
Registrar, could you call out the next page, please? At the bottom of 201 and the top of 202, your binder contains an entry for December 6, 2018, and it's been transcribed here. Meet with Ann and Debbie Ann is what's on 201. And then on 202 is the information on 202. Registrar, could you pull out 202 at the top? There's no reference to attendees or that this is a meeting. It's just dated. Are these notes to yourself, to-do items or things you're thinking through, or are these notes of a meeting?
I don't recall, and these ones appear to be kind of a back of an envelope sort of set of notes. That was a busy day. I believe we were, like I mentioned, we were either in capital or rates budgets. I must have been over at City Hall and meeting with the Freedom of Information Office and then with the city manager. So I'm not sure if these were notes or references to what's what's coming forward.
Okay, so one of the things that you note is this roadway unsafe? Talk to Edward. At this time, what discussions were you having with Mr. Soldo about how to determine whether or not the roadway was safe or less safe or unsafe?
So my understanding at this point in time is that SEMA's working on the roadside safety audit. That's going to be pulled into the report that comes forward. And that's looks like a flag for a question that, people will probably ask at a meeting. So I'm going to have that conversation with Edward.
You also say no friction issue, and then there's an arrow to SEMA, and then there's reference to MTO. What steps were you taking to determine whether there were current friction issues on the Red Hill?
At that moment in December, I was not, sorry, are you asking if I'm doing anything actively or if I'm looking at what else is taking place?
My question was, what steps are you taking to determine whether there's current friction issues on the Red Hill?
So at this point, at this point in time, we've got or I have information from Golders, a 2017 Golders testing and review, which I'm paraphrasing from the proposal was a materials review of the Red Hill or something along those lines. So we're looking at that.
The note also says interim measures. What discussions or thinking were you having or doing about interim measures, that is between that period of time and repaving?
I think I'm not sure what the note reflects. If you're asking what considerations am I taking, those would be recalling the role. We're not an operational division. That would be over in operations with Edward Soldo and his team. As it
related to the pavement surface, you were not thinking about any interim measures?
At this moment, I am focusing on the resurfacing.
Okay, so for the period of time from this moment, which is December 6th, to going to council on January 23rd, did you focus on resurfacing, or did you think turn your mind to any interim measures related to the pavement surface?
And no, I wasn't turning my mind to interim measures at that point in time.
Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go to 205 and 207, 205 and 206, please. Mr. Pellegrini asked you for a meeting on December 10th, and he sent you a document called Lines of Inquiry, which includes some items that we've excerpted in the overview document. Register, just for ease of review, can you go to 206 and 207 now? And so you'll see the list of questions that Mr. Pellegrini has. I'll give you a moment to review them, but they're fairly reasonable questions, kind of the same questions that you were trying to get answers to. Is that fair?
Yes. He's got a series of questions there.
You forwarded these the email to Mr. McKinnon and said, FYI, the audit and my ability to respond. That's in 484, 207. I take it you had a lot on your plate at this time and did not feel you had enough time to respond specifically to these questions. Is that right?
Correct. If I was to I can't remember when he sent me this email, but he wanted a meeting.
December 10th, he wanted the meeting,
Yeah, and when was this email sent?
December 6th.
And I believe there's a weekend in between there or close to it.
Well, more generally, just during this period of time, the documents the inquirers received suggest that you and with Mr. McKinnon's support are really asking for breathing room into January to respond to the audit. Is that your recollection?
Yes, correct.
So not just the weekend, not just this particular discussion, but just generally, you don't feel you have time to actually engage on this in addition to the other things on your plate?
Yeah, correct.
And Mr. McKinnon supports you in that?
I believe he does.
Were you also concerned that if the audit moved quickly, that there was a risk that audit would disclose the existence of the Tradewin report before the city had a chance to prepare for disclosure through a PwC or a council process?
I don't think I've got the concern that audits to yeah, no, I'm not sure. I don't believe audit's going to be done or maybe have more information, get the information out before us. I'm just not ready to get into this discussion with Mr. Pellegrini at this time.
Registrar, can you go to page 221 and 222, please? Apologies, Registrar. Can you actually go to 214, please? At the top at 498 and 499, Registrar, could you pull those out? Ms. McNeil emailed you regarding SEMA's work on December 7th. She said, can you please send me something that explains the current scope of work that SEMA is undertaking, for which we are going to be adding / updating them on the Tradewin friction test results? I need to reference it in the retainer letter that I am drafting. So here, Ms. McNeil says, conveys, we are going to be adding, updating them, that is SEMA, on the Tradewin friction test results. Was that your understanding as of December 7th? That SEMA would be updated on and advised of the Tradewin friction test results?
Yes.
Who did you understand was being retained in the reference to retainer letter here?
Well, I mean, SEMA. Are you asking who specifically at SEMA or?
No, I'm asking if you understood this to be that Ms. McNeil was doing a retainer letter to retain SEMA?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Did you know that Ms. McNeil was, Legal Services was considering retaining an external lawyer?
Yes, I am aware of that, but I'm not certain where in time this sits and the my understanding of that overall process.
Okay, so as of December 7th in this email from Ms. McNeil, who did you understand would be the contact from the city in dealing with SEMA on issues relating to updating them about the Tradewin friction testing results?
So, I mean, at this point, I think that we've got a couple of assignments going with SEMA on the roadside safety and the illumination. And my understanding of the assignments from legal were the liability or potential risk discussions around it. But that was what I sort of understood at the time.
Okay, I think I need some clarification about that answer. So you say the assignments from legal were the liability or potential risks around it. What do you mean in terms of the liability and potential risk? Do you mean that you understood SEMA was going to be asked about that or to provide an opinion about that part?
So my understanding was there was going to be a retainer for external counsel, and that external counsel either through us or through SEMA or would be providing some technical advice on the sort of the liability aspect of the trade wind friction.
Okay. And what did you understand about an engagement of SEMA in respect of the trade wind friction testing results that would relate not to liability, but just sort of the technical aspects, for example, interpreting the friction values set out in the trade wind report?
I don't think we've got an assignment with them yet for reviewing the technical aspects of it.
Was there a plan to?
Not yet. I mean, not to my mind, no. I don't think we've had that conversation quite yet about it, but we're still trying to. Sorry.
I'm sorry to interrupt. So just to be clear, there is a conversation that you attend on January 30th about that. Is that the conversation that you're thinking about?
I believe so, yes.
So there's no conversations between, or there's no intent in your mind to retain SEMA to interpret the friction test results for your benefit on the materials side between in December of 2018?
I haven't had that conversation. And again, I've got Golders now that I think we have a review underway on the materials on that side. So I hadn't turned my mind to, I believe we've turned our mind to having SEMA review the 2014 results.
I see. Registrar, I see Commissioner, I've gone a little past 11. It's 11:04 now.
Yeah. That's fine. I was aware of that. I assumed you'd find a suitable break. Let's take a break until 11:20.
Mr. McGuire, just before the break, we were talking about your understanding of SEMA's engagement to be provided with a copy of the Tradewind report. I think your evidence was, but I'd like to confirm that at this point, you were working with Golder on the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation results. And so you did not see the need to engage SEMA to interpret Tradewind, the Tradewind results for you from a perspective of assessing the pavement surface. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And did you understand that SEMA would be provided with a copy of the Tradewind report in respect of its work on the roadside safety assessment?
No, I'm not certain if they were or they weren't, but I understand that they were getting a copy of the report through legal, but I'm not sure if it was simultaneous or I wasn't aware of the data being provided through the roadside safety.
Fair enough. And my question is really whether you were aware at that time that not of what what information was going to them, but whether Mr. Soldo and you understood that SEMA would be provided with a copy of the Tradewind report for the purposes of providing advice back to Mr. Soldo on the roadside safety report.
No, I don't have an understanding of that data exchange and a recollection of it.
So you don't know either way?
No, I don't.
And at the time you didn't know either way?
Recall, I mean, there's a significant confluence of activity taking place with the Freedom of Information report, the audit, and the other things going on. So I don't recall exactly who was being supplied data for what purpose at what time.
Okay, so I acknowledge that there was a confluence of information. This is an important part that I'd really like to ensure is clear. And so you understood that SEMA was going to get a copy of the Tradewind report. Is that right?
Correct.
And that legal was going to provide them with a copy of the Tradewind report?
Correct.
And did you understand the purpose for which SEMA was being provided with a copy of the Tradewind report?
My understanding was it was part of a retainer with, I think it was Mr. Bogosian from a risk and liability perspective.
Okay.
Good answer.
Sorry, was that?
I think that was just a audio issue. Registrar, could you go to OD9A 213, please? And can you call out 497? So you're not copied on this email, Mr. McGuire, but Ms. Audie writes to Mr. Bogosian, who is an external lawyer, and she sets out that she's looking for his advice on 3 points: a general risk liability assessment, including any thoughts on the FOI request. I think that you just said that that's what you understood SEMA was going to be provided with the Tradewind report to complete. Is that right?
Correct.
And then the second that Ms. Audie says is how to approach obtaining SEMA consultant input on whether interim measures are needed to protect safety before the resurfacing is complete. Were you aware that Ms. Audie was seeking this advice from Mr. Bogosian?
No, I was not.
Were you aware that Mr. Bogosian was going to provide advice or attempt to provide advice about interim measures?
I wasn't, I don't believe I had much involvement with the retainer or discussion with Mr. Bogosian. So I didn't have a lot of detail on that.
Okay, I understand you didn't have much involvement, but in terms of your knowledge, Did you understand that Mr. Bogosian was going to be providing advice about SEMA's input on interim safety measures?
I don't think I understood that.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 220, please? Registrar, I think you might need to try again. Page 220 of OD9A, please. Thank you. Can you call out 521 and 522? Registrar, I'm sorry, can you close this call out and call out 520 to 522? Thank you. Mr. McGuire, you'll see in 520 on December 8th, you emailed Mr. Malone and said, "Hi, Brian, did our legal group get in touch with you on the safety report?" And Mr. Malone replied that he had not been contacted. The reference there to safety report, does that refresh your memory about what you understood the legal group was getting in touch with Mr. Malone to discuss?
If I recall, Ms. McNeil said that they were going to be exchanging information on, with respect to the Trademan report and with respect to the other part of the retainer.
So what's the reference here to the safety report?
Well, I think what I'm understanding at this point is that Brian is providing a fair bit of input into that joint report, which we're bringing forward, and that legal's getting in touch with him as well on the other aspect.
I'm sorry, I'm not following your answer. Which other aspect?
Well, the trade, I mean, I think I'm kind of joining a few things here. The safety report, which is the roadside safety audit, and then legal was reaching out to him on the other part, which was the retention with Bogosian.
Okay. At 521, Mr. McGuire forwarded your response to Ms. McNeil, and you asked if did you get a hold of the SEMA contact via Edward? I was wondering, and if so, can I talk to SEMA confidentially? So up to this point, had you received any advice from Ms. McNeil about contacting SEMA in respect of the Trademan report?
No, I don't believe so.
Okay, so why were you asking if you could speak to SEMA confidentially?
Yeah, maybe, I think I'm now aware of the sensitivity and what's going on. Maybe the word confidentially, yeah, maybe it's I don't know if it's correct, but I mean, I'm just trying to have a conversation with Brian, and I know that Ms. McNeil told me to wait.
So Ms. McNeil did tell you to wait to contact SEMA before December 8th?
Did you not show me that in a previous email that she said, hold on until we retain him?
There's an email at 522 that says, "I would strongly advise that you not speak with SEMA about this matter." But that comes in reply to your email, which looks like you're asking if you can speak to SEMA confidentially. And I wondered if Ms. McNeil's reply, where she says, "Don't speak to SEMA," if that was not the first time that she had told you that.
Well, I mean, on December the 8th, I know that the legal group's trying to get in touch with them, so I'm not sure where I got that information from. Maybe that was a conversation with Ms. Audie, but so I'm aware that they're having communications with him. So in order not to step on toes, I'm trying to figure out if I can have a conversation.
What did you want to speak to Mr. Malone about?
Well, I'm trying to understand, I think at this point, if he's seen anything in that roadside safety review that'll be, impactful for the budgets and anything that's coming forward from the capital programming for the resurfacing. Yeah, that was really, I think, the intent of me trying to reach out to Brian.
Okay, so we know that the roadside safety assessment in part was to set the scope from traffic's perspective about the resurfacing. And you want to reach out to Mr. Malone to ask about what might be included in the scope. Am I understanding your evidence correctly?
Yeah, correct. I think at this instance, I'm just trying to find out if Brian's seeing anything that's going to be a significant concern, and maybe just touch base with him.
Okay. Mr. Soldo is the point person with Mr. Malone on this. Why would you be reaching out directly rather than going through Mr. Soldo?
We have a relationship with SEMA with respect to the illumination. I'm just trying to find out if I can have a quick chat with Brian, and Berdina indicates that it's best that I don't.
Okay, so you say, can I speak to SEMA confidentially? And you're just asking about scope and how the roadside safety assessment is going?
Yeah, to my knowledge, yes. I mean, I don't have a recollection of trying to get anything different to SEMA or from SEMA at that time.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to you that you were wanting to reach out to Mr. Malone to talk about the implications of the trade wind report.
Yeah, and I understand what you're saying, but I think at that point, kind of hands off on that, and I know that that's either been supplied to him through legal, or he's going to be, or they'll retain them from that perspective.
So you don't want to talk to Mr. Malone about the trade wind report and its implications on the surface or on anything else?
Not to my recollection at this time.
Okay, I'm going to suggest to you that this is a stressful period for you, and that you had already gone to Mr. Malone knowing that he's a pretty connected person, and that you wanted to go to him because you thought he might be able to provide some good background information, brainstorming, something like that. Is that not right?
It's an interesting, it's an interesting time, that's for sure. So I think if I was, I do have an ongoing process with Golders. So I think I'm headed down that path on where we are with the existing material stuff. And, I don't really recall, and this is a one line or whatever email, and I don't recall if I followed up. So it wasn't anything that was something that I had pursued, I believe, in great detail.
Thank you. I have your evidence on that point. Ms. McNeil responds, I would strongly advise you, sorry, maybe I should take you to the first paragraph first. We've not contacted SEMA yet because we're still working through how we're going to put the request to them in order to best move forward from a legal perspective. I would strongly advise you not speak with SEMA about this matter until you've heard back from us/Nicole. We should be able to update you on this next week, I hope by midweek. So did you understand, at least until you received a further communication from Ms. McNeil or Ms. Audie, that you were not to speak to SEMA about the trade wind report?
Yeah, that's my understanding at that point.
Did you understand that there was any limitation on speaking to SEMA, that city staff speaking to SEMA about SEMA's existing current projects like the roadside safety assessment?
No, I didn't think there was any restrictions on that, or the illumination review, or or any conversations with Golders or anyone else for that matter.
Did you convey to Mr. Soldo that you understood that city staff, you and Mr. Soldo, were not supposed to speak to SEMA about the trade wind report while legal was trying to work through the best the best way to move forward?
Sorry, did you asked if
If you
I had a
conveyed that, if you conveyed that to Mr. Soldo?
I don't believe I conveyed it to Edward. No.
Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to 241, page 566. You follow up with Ms. McNeil about arranging a call with Mr. Malone. Should we get a call going with Brian? He's in the office. And Ms. McNeil says, I haven't received any direction on this. We won't be in a position to speak to Brian today. From other documents, we understand that Mr. Malone is in the city office in respect of a meeting. Do you recall that?
Was he in a meeting with me, or is he in a meeting with other folks?
No, he's meeting with other folks.
Okay. No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Why were you reaching out to Ms. McNeil to ask about getting a call going with Brian?
So I think, so this one appears to be me seeing if she's connected yet through and he's in the office. So if she wants to, have a conversation with him, I can connect them. That appears to be what I'm telling her here.
That is not what it says, Mr. McGuire. It says, should we get a call going with Brian? I'm going to suggest to you wanted to have a call with Mr. Malone and Ms. McNeil. Isn't that right?
Well, so what I'm saying here, what I'm reading here is he's in the office. And if Berdina or Ms. McNeil hasn't connected with him yet, would she like to get a call? And if there was a conversation around trade wind, I could provide the background on it, considering I've got a fair bit of the history on it. But
at this point, you would like Mr. Malone's insight into the implications of the trade wind report. Is that right?
I mean, at this point, I'm trying to facilitate, it looks like, a conversation with legal, because I think I understand that we're moving forward with a report to council on it. But yeah, so that's what I'm reading with this.
Yeah, I don't think you answered my question. My question was, at this point, you wanted Mr. Malone's insight into the implications of the trade wind report. Isn't that right?
I mean, at this point, we're looking for some insight into it, and I believe that legal is taking that on. So
then your answer is no. You personally were not looking to have you didn't want Mr. Malone's insight. Is that your answer?
I mean, at this point in time, I'm letting legal run with whatever their assignment is, and I'm trying to continue to move forward with, our program and the resurfacing program.
Ms. McNeil says, I haven't received any direction. Did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil to provide some context to what she means by any direction and from whom she would be getting direction?
And I don't believe I responded to this email. What she told me was, no, and fair enough. And that was it. We moved on.
So did you have any discussions with Ms. McNeil to provide some context from whom she was getting direction?
No, I don't believe I did.
We will come back to this because it comes up again in January. Through this period of time from December 12th into January, did you have any discussions with Ms. Audie about whether or not you could contact SEMA and if there's any limitations there?
I don't recall having any conversations with Ms. Audie in that time frame, and I'm looking at the dates, thinking, I mean, we're very close to Christmas, and if I recall correctly, I'm off the week before Christmas, so I'm not sure what, if anything, happens in the next few weeks.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 227, paragraph 538? Paragraph 538. Thank you, Registrar. So this is December 11th, and Ms. Cameron, your assistant, emailed Ms. Watson in the privacy office, copying Ms. McNeil. She advised that I think that's your team, expected to gather information by the first week of January. Apart from the documents that you've already provided to Ms. McNeil, and I think you said yesterday asking Mr. Beck for documents, what other document collection process were you using?
So this is with respect to the FOI.
Yes. Yeah.
So the document collection process was, I can't remember the exact requests from the FOI, but we went back through what's our roster assignments, the professional services roster. And I believe that Diana went through that to determine if there was any, roster assignments that, professional services assignments that had, that would potentially comply with that. And my expectation is that Diana would have contacted the managers and admins in the sort of relevant sections. So the asset management folks again, I'm kind of losing track a little bit. I'm not sure if we provided the road surveys or any of the other reports that may be available from them, and the available reports from design, because they had the work on there. So sorry, long-winded answer, but it would have been kind of a collaborative thing through a few different processes.
Okay. And it sounds like you said my expectation is that Diana would have contacted managers and admins. So you left this to Diana to coordinate?
Yeah, for a big part of it, correct.
Okay. All right, Registrar, can you close this down? Can you go to HAM 62512? This is a draft opinion letter that Mr. Bogosian prepared dated December 13, and he sent it to Ms. Audie. Were you aware that Mr. Bogosian had provided a draft opinion to Ms. Audie in December of 2018?
I'm aware that I'm aware that she's retained him. I'm not sure if I'm aware that she's received this opinion at that time.
Okay, well, cast your mind back. So can you be more definitive about whether you were aware about the existence of this opinion in December of 2018?
No, I can't. I know that I'm aware of the opinion. I'm not sure if I'm aware in December or January or as we lead up into the February report.
Okay. Mr. Bogosian does finalize this report later. So I'm asking very specifically about this draft report. We don't have any indication that you received a copy of it, at least through electronic documents. Does that assist with whether you are aware of the existence of this draft report in December?
I don't recall ever seeing it, prior to this proceeding. And no, I don't recall being I'm aware of it. I know that it's ongoing, but I haven't seen it.
So that is to say, you're aware that Mr. Bogosian's been retained,
Correct.
but are you aware he's actually put something down on paper and sent it back to the city?
I'm not aware of that, to my
Okay.
knowledge.
Registrar, can you go to page, pardon me, images 7 and 8, please? Mr. Bogosian summarizes a call that he had with Mr. Malone on December 11, 2018. Registrar, can you pull up on image 8 when asked to rank, that paragraph in the middle of page 8? So first, before we get to the content of this, were you aware in December that Mr. Bogosian had spoken to Mr. Malone on December 11th?
No, I don't. I'm not aware of that.
You were not aware of that? And Mr. Malone, as set out in this draft opinion, advised when asked to rank in the order of greatest contribution to the inordinate number of wet road crashes. Slipperiness of the road is the first listed, and then speed, and then curves in the road, and then close proximity of on-off ramps to each other. Were you aware of Mr. Malone's views as expressed to Mr. Bogosian that slipperiness of the road surface was, in terms of ranking, the greatest contributor to the inordinate number of wet road crashes?
No, I wasn't aware.
Registrar, you can close this down. Registrar, could you close this down and open up RHV 1002, please? I think there might have been a typo in that. RHV 1002. Thank you. You were listed as an attendee in a calendar invitation sent by Mr. Zagaric for a meeting on December 14th, 2018. This was the meeting that was 4 days before the meeting with the mayor, if that assists. We have these notes from you that are dated December 14, 2018, and say Dan, Mike, in the top corner. Can you identify whether these notes of yours were notes from the meeting that Mr. Zagaric scheduled for December 14th?
Sorry, you're asking if you think these are my notes, or you're asking me to confirm they're my notes?
I'm asking you to confirm if these are notes of a meeting that you had with Mr. Zagaric and others.
I would, if they were dated and identified, then I would have to agree that they looked the notes of the meeting.
I ask in part because Ms. Audie was at this meeting. She also prepared notes, and her name is not referenced here, just says Dan and Mike at the top. Do you recall having a meeting just with Dan and Mike, not with legal, on December 14th?
No, I don't.
Okay. So your notes here reference looking at the Public Works staff report from January 2018, the 18-008, checking the PO on Golder, I think to understand the status of the POs are in respect of the Golder pavement evaluation. Do an info report and says January is 14 is circled and then 28 is above 2018. So again, that seems to be a historical document. It says staff are performing tasks, MFIPA, access to info, resurfacing functional, priority road. And then it says info update will be updated, identify issues, advance of report to ensure public safety. So I'm just going through that just because I'm not going to ask you specific questions about this. I'm going to go into Ms. Audie's notes, but I just wanted you to have a sense of what your notes reflected. Okay. Registrar, could you mark this as the next exhibit, please?
Noted, Council. Thank you. Exhibit 198.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go back into OD 9A, page 254 and 255, please. So 254, excuse me, notes that this is a transcription of Ms. Audie's notes. Registrar, can you now go to 255 and 256? Thank you. And can you pull out the content of page 255, please? Thank you, Registrar. For some reason, this particular document seems
Kind of fuzzy.
blurry. If you're having trouble reviewing it, Mr. McGuire, just let me know and we'll deal with whatever tech issue it is.
I can make it out.
Good. So you'll see the attendees include you at the top, and Mr. Soldo, Mr. McKinnon, and Mr. Zagaric, and these are Ms. Audie's notes, so she was there as well. Do you recall meeting with those individuals in mid-December, December 14?
No, I don't have a direct recollection of it, but I know that we had a series of meetings with, different folks in the room, but yeah.
Well, I think this might be the first meeting that you and Mr. Soldo attend together. Does that assist?
No, not really, but I mean, there was a series of meetings that went on for a little while, but that's fine. That's fine. I'll take that.
Okay. So Ms. Audie's notes reflect a reference to Mr. Zagaric and then referencing Mr. Bogosian. And it's a bit hard to make this out, would recommendations change with Golder friction testing, Bogosian SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety, SEMA /share friction testing to assess outstanding safety. So in this meeting, did you understand that SEMA had been provided with a copy of the Tradewind report in order to assess outstanding safety?
I don't really recall the meeting, and these are Nicole's notes, or is this?
These are Nicole's notes.
Yeah, and I'm not sure. Is this sort of action planning, or is this has occurred? I'm not sure.
Okay, just moving aside from the notes for a minute and just back to my question, recognizing you don't really recall the meeting, do you recall at this point understanding that SEMA had been provided with a copy of the Tradewind report in order to assess outstanding safety?
I'm not sure when I understood that to happen. If it was at this meeting or potentially in January. I know that we end up eventually having like a follow-up meeting, and Brian prepares a letter. So I'm not sure at this point if I know they've got it or not.
Okay, so I think that the meeting that you're thinking of is January 30th. So that's some time away, and it's after staff go to council on the 23rd. And so if you can cast your mind back to understand whether in December you understood that SEMA had been provided with a copy of the Tradewind report to assess outstanding safety.
Yeah, and again, that would be with legal, and I don't recall exactly what they may or may not have A, retained, or B, supplied.
Okay. I'll put the question differently. On January 30th, and we'll get there, did you understand that SEMA had already, so SEMA, there's a call and then SEMA prepares a letter, it's the February 4th memo. Did you understand that prior to that time, SEMA had a copy of the Tradewind report to assess outstanding safety?
Sorry, we fast forwarded into the end of January.
We have. I'm just trying to narrow.
Somewhere in that time frame, yes. I understand that you've been provided a copy.
Did you understand that prior to that discussion in January 30th, that they had been retained and provided with a copy of the Tradewind report?
Prior to the 30th?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yes, I would have.
Yes, that's what you understood?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Registrar, could you close this and call it the bottom half of this, this page, starting from ES enforcement speed, just a little bit above, yeah. So I infer from these notes that Mr. Soldo gave some information about enforcement speed, including curve and cat's eyes. Does that refresh your memory about this meeting, the first one on which Mr. Soldo appears to have attended?
No, not really.
You are referenced here by Ms. Audia saying can't do anything to the surface, did prelim review tender timing. And then there's a reference to the Golder 2017 testing that they did. When it says here, can't do anything to the surface, was that your opinion in December of 2018, that in December of 2018, there was nothing that you could do to the surface pending resurfacing?
Well, yeah, at this point in time, it's the winter. So there's little that we could do. Paving operations have stopped. Mainline paving operations would have stopped, and there's limited things that we could do to the surface. So just in case anyone's asking that question, until we get out into in warmer weather.
It says did prelim review. What preliminary reviews had you done in December of 2018?
Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question. Could you be a bit more specific?
Sure. There's a reference to prelim review. I'm asking for insight about what that term means and what prelim reviews you had done in December of 2018.
Right. So these aren't Mr. McGuire's notes, so he can't interpret them. And if you want to know generally in December what preliminary review he completed, then I'm just asking that you be a bit more specific about what type of preliminary review you're referring to.
Mr. McGuire, had you completed any preliminary review about whether there could be anything done to the surface in December of 2018?
And when I read that, I see the tender and timing really relating, and in my mind, to the resurfacing project. So maybe, yeah, and that's trying to read through Nicole's notes.
Would you have characterized the process to go through the hot in place recycling and assess an appropriate mix that was not recycled? Would you characterize all of that as a sort of preliminary review leading to the resurfacing project?
Again, I don't recall the meeting in detail. These aren't my notes. I know we've had conversations around what could or could not be done to the surface, during the winter. What I'm taking from the next set is that that sort of transitions into how we're going to get the resurfacing project out, from a tender and timing perspective. And what we mean by preliminary review, I'm unsure.
Registrar, can you go to HAM 55560, please, and image 8? And if you could call it the first half of this page, please. So thank you. At the very top entry, December 13, it says Soldo reached out to second safety consultant for independent review of the work/issues just to see if available. Audi says not required to do this. And then it says Intis Road Safety Engineering. Did you ever discuss with Mr. Soldo reaching out to another safety consultant for the potential of an independent review?
Again, There's quite a lot going on at that time. I don't recall, there's a number of consultants and folks being, either talked about or retained. So no, I don't recall directly having a conversation about an independent review.
Okay, so I know that there's a lot going on during this period of time. I know that you're working with Golder, SEAM is in the mix as well. Were there other consultants being discussed?
Well, I mean, there's legal retaining or having a conversation with Mr. Bogosian, I believe.
Okay.
And so have we retained AME yet for a mixed design, or is that coming up?
I think that's much later in
Is it?
2019.
Okay. Maybe we're considering that. Fair.
Okay, so I think your evidence was, I don't recall directly having a conversation with Mr. Solda about an independent review. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Did you consider obtaining another consultant to review the safety of the Red Hill, including friction levels with fresh eyes? Someone who hadn't been involved before.
So, I mean, at this point in time, I've got an assignment or the beginnings of assignment or trying to understand the assignment with Golder. So no, I don't think I've considered, yet another body to bring into this and try and understand, where we are.
Do you recall being present during discussions in which Ms. Audie and Mr. Soldo talked about whether to reach out to another consultant, and Ms. Audie saying not required to do this?
No, I don't recall that.
Do you remember being present at any discussions in which Ms. Audie gave any advice or recommendations about consultants' retainers?
No, I don't.
Registrar, you can close this down, and if you can go to 258, please. Could you bring up 259 as well, please? Thank you. Mr. McGuire, between 609 and 610, this is a back and forth between Ms. McNeil, you, Ms. Audie, Mr. Sabot, and Mr. McLennan. And it is Ms. McNeil providing a copy of the 2013 SEMA report and her views about whether this record is responsive to the FOI, which she recommends that it is. And you respond at the top of 259 that you attach two reports on the link, 2015 and 2018, and these were both staff reports. Do you remember this back and forth?
No, I don't.
Okay. Prior to receipt of Ms. McNeil's email enclosing the 2013 SEMA report, were you aware of the existence of that report?
The 2013
SEMA report.
I think, to my knowledge, I think I am.
I don't mean to
Yeah.
send you down the wrong path. The 2013 SEMA report is the one in which flows from the first illumination, first motion to seek information and guidance about safety, including illumination. I don't know if that assists.
Yeah, but yeah, I believe I'm aware.
Were you previously aware that in the 2013 SEMA report, SEMA recommended friction testing on the Red Hill?
I don't believe I was aware of that.
Okay, so you get this document from Ms. McNeil, and then in response, you attach two staff reports, December 7, 2015 and January 15, 2018. Had you already reviewed those staff reports before you sent them to Ms. McNeil? I mean, like in the weeks before you sent them to Ms. McNeil, was this something that you already had in your possession?
I can't recall.
You note that in these, in Appendix A, that friction testing is listed as a medium-term measure that has been performed and marked as complete. Did you or had you reached out to anyone to learn what friction testing had been complete as being identified on Appendix A?
No, I don't. I mean, so I've been given the 2013 SEMA report, which I think we understood from an elimination perspective. I send back the staff reports on the Red Hill and the link countermeasures and identify that friction testing has been marked as complete. So
Yes.
Yes.
And so did you ask anybody about how that friction testing complete came to be on Appendix A?
If I recall correctly, I don't know if I asked at this exact time, but potentially I had a conversation with, it might have been Martin White or someone in operations. I believe they were the authors of that report.
Are you sure if you had a conversation with him? You said
No, I'm not. I'm
had
just
a conversation.
trying to cast my mind back, and I don't have a direct recollection, of who I reached out to, but I noted that it was identified as complete.
Okay, so if you were going to reach out to someone sitting here today, you think you probably would have reached out to Mr. White, but you don't recall if you actually reached out to him or not.
Yeah, that's correct.
Registrar, can you go to page 261? Thank you. And just before you do, just a last question on the last topic. Didn't you find it confusing that the friction test was marked, a friction test was marked as having been complete when you understood that staff didn't know about the 2014 trade wind report?
I think my understanding was that the 2018 report was referring to the 2017 Golders assignment. But yeah, that was the connection that I made.
Okay, so by December of 2018, you viewed the 2017 Golder pavement evaluation to be friction testing?
I believe so, yes.
And you thought that it was marked as complete friction testing, even though you now know in December that that Golder's not ever provided a written report on that?
So I identified to Erdina or Ms. McNeil that it had been flagged as complete. I don't believe I followed up with any other commentary.
Yes, and my question was, weren't you curious? Wasn't it confusing?
I mean, yes, there's a lot of different things going on, and now we have a report that identifies that we've got a countermeasure that's complete. And so, to the best of my understanding, I'm still trying to resolve and where we are with the 2017 assignment.
Registrar, could you call out 614 and 615? The calendar invitations that the inquiry has show that there was a meeting with the mayor and Mr. McKinnon, you, Ms. Audie, the mayor's chief of staff, and Mr. Soldo on December 18. Do you recall that meeting?
Yeah, yes, I do.
You don't meet with the mayor all that often, do you?
No, I don't.
what do you recall about the focus of that meeting to be in terms of what information staff is providing to the mayor?
We're providing, staff. And so number one, it was, not my meeting.
I'm just asking about your recollection.
Yeah. So my recollection was we were trying to give the mayor some information that, the report that had been deemed inconclusive or, an informal chart, in fact existed, and that, that we had it. And that was the thrust of the information.
Do you recall any discussion with the mayor about the current safety of the Red Hill?
No, I don't recall like a specific discussion. I recall the tone of the meeting but not the specifics.
What do you recall about the tone of the meeting?
It's a difficult meeting. You're bringing the mayor an issue, and so the tone of the meeting was there's some information, and the mayor's response was he seemed to just be processing it, trying to understand what it actually meant, and so yeah, that was what I recall from that meeting.
Registrar, could you close this down and go to 263? And can you call out 260? Pardon me, 620. So this is a letter from legal. You're not copied on this, but this is in reference to the examination for discovery of Mr. Audie, project manager for the Red Hill, on a piece of litigation which occurred on December 7th. Recognizing you're not copied on this, I'm just raising it just so that you can sort of see that there's reference to Mr. Audie's examination. Registrar, you can close this. Do you recall knowing before December 7th that Mr. Audie was going to be examined in respect of litigation involving the Red Hill?
No, I don't have a direct recollection of that.
And is that typical or atypical that you would not be advised when one of your staff was going to do an examination for discovery?
So I think we talked about this earlier.
We did. We talked generally.
Yeah, in general, staff would be potentially in discovery for construction projects or things like that. So there was no set formula for advising me of whether or not staff were in or not in conversations with legal.
Thank you. Registrar, can you bring up 264, please, along with 263? Thank you. So turning to the bottom of page 263, at 621, there is some notes from Dr. Izurowski's notebook about a meeting with you on December 18th. Excuse me. Do you remember reaching out to Dr. Izurowski to arrange a meeting that you wanted to meet with him?
I recall that we, either myself or Diana tried to set up some time with Golders on that 2017 assignment. Yes.
Was it for the purpose of obtaining the written report that you had been asking for?
I believe so, yes.
Do you recall meeting with Dr. Izurowski on December 18th? You've made some notes. This definitely happened. I'm just asking about your recollection.
No, yeah, I do recall the meeting.
Did you ask legal services for advice about holding a meeting with Golder or not?
No, I did not.
Your view was that you didn't need to, you were going to, there was no need for legal advice on that point?
So my recollection is that legal's aware that we're having conversations with Golders. I think that was in one of the earlier discussions. They know about this polished stone value and the measured texture depth and the British pendulum test. And this, no, I didn't ask them if I needed to, have any sort of special permissions to have a conversation with Golder.
Dr. Uzrowski later raised a concern with you, he later asked you whether the meeting had been recorded or listened in on by someone. Was it either recorded or listened in on?
It was not.
Did Dr. Uzrowski bring a hard copy of the 2017 friction test report to this meeting?
I believe, sorry. That's okay. No, I believe he did.
And did he provide it to you in advance? There's no documents to suggest he did, but you received it at the meeting at which you're
that's my recollection. I don't think he sent me a draft, via email.
Thank you. So you'll see in Dr. Uzrowski's notes that and when the inquiries heard evidence that he often creates a bit of an agenda or speaking roadmap for his speaking in advance. And that's the sort of A, B, C, D, E, F in his. You recall him providing you with some background about Golder's work in respect of the Red Hill over time?
Yes, I do.
Do you recall him telling you that in March of 2018, Golder had recommended micro surfacing or shot blasting, skid abrading, one of those terms for the Red Hill?
Yeah, I believe I recall he mentioned or he brought that up.
Registrar, can you go to 265 so that 264 and 265 are up? So just looking at your notes at the bottom of your notes on 265, it says, Registrar, actually, can you pull them out where it says 2018 March and below that? Met about HIP, talked about BRN results deemed inconclusive, notes speed is an issue. And then I think AADT and ESAL, those are both traffic related acronyms, accelerates deterioration. And then it says, forced to say this, was told the city wouldn't want to admit there is an issue to address. What do you remember about the discussion that led to you making these notes?
So if I recall, I mean, my recollection is that, Dr. Uzrowski came to the meeting. He had, to your point, some speaking notes that he wanted to go over with me. These are my notes of his conversation. He indicated that, I don't know what forced to say this actually means, but he was told that the city didn't want to admit there was an issue. He's trying to bring forward that, he's identified that, he thinks there's a concern and that, he's telling me that the city, and I believe, he never brought up a specific name, said that we didn't want to admit it.
Was the trade run report itself discussed between you two? And it seems like there's some talk around testing. Were you actually discussing the trade report in particular? It's referenced in your notes. I'm just trying to understand how much of the conversation was about that.
So my hopes for the meeting were a conversation around the 2017 discussion, but Dr. Uzarowski brought a bunch of information forward, some history and his knowledge of how it went. And we did discuss trade wind, but I don't think it was a detailed discussion.
Did you ask him about the implications of the trade wind on and the friction values found in the trade wind report on the safety of the Red Hill?
No, I don't think I asked him, directly if the trade wind and safety is always a conversation around the friction levels and values and what's within and without or not within a specifications.
Registrar, could you close this call out, please? And if you look at 264 at the top, there's a blank line in Dr. Uzarowski's notes. And just before that, it says the skid hazard is still there. Registrar, I'm hoping that you can at least, Director Era, though, exactly. I do recall Dr. Uzarowski conveying to you that the low friction values found in the trade wind report represented an existing skid hazard.
Yeah, I believe he conveyed that he was concerned about the friction or the performance characteristics of the Red Hill.
Did he convey to you in this meeting that his recommendation was to complete mitigation options or remediation as Boulder had recommended in 2014?
I mean, so my notes indicate that he's identified that he's proposed microsurfacing or something along those lines. So I mean, yes, he must have brought that forward.
Did you have any discussion about the upcoming resurfacing?
I don't know if we turned our mind to the actual that project, because the concept of hot in place was sort of no longer a conversation that we were going to require Golders on that project. So I don't recall having a conversation with him about the proposed 2019 resurfacing.
Okay, I'm asking because I was wondering if you asked him, given the Golder recommendations in 2014, which he says, that they're still applicable now, did you ask him, well, we have this resurfacing coming up in 5 months. Is there anything else you think we should be doing between now and then?
No, I don't think I asked him that.
Did you ask him to provide any more information about the friction standards that apply in Ontario, given what you knew about Gary's views about that issue?
So I don't recall asking him at this meeting, and I see that our notes are reasonably parallel. I know there was a conversation around the standard or national standard of what does or doesn't, create the sort of thresholds. But no, I don't think I got into the specific details on, what standard would be useful in Ontario. I know that, and I know I will probably get there, as we had some email exchanges that went on for a little while after this meeting.
That's right. But you recall, as part of this conversation, that there was a discussion about the standard or national standard of what does or does not create thresholds? Or are you saying that in the consequent, the coming emails that you had, their email conversations?
So my understanding of the meeting was we sort of walked through the historic and chronological timeline of, Golder's role in the materials side of the Red Hill. And, he indicates that he did the testing for trade wind. Looks like my notes indicate, then there was that dips and bumps work done, but then, we've got microsurfacing and then deemed inconclusive, no national standard. The dips and bumps wouldn't be inconclusive, and microsurfacing isn't, inconclusive or a national standard. So I'm assuming my notes there refer to the trade wind.
Thank you. Registrar, you can go to, if you would, 271 and 272, please. So I'm going to sort of plot the discussions you have with Dr. Uzarowski that are going to go into January. So at 6:35, Registrar, could you pull that up, but just on page 271? So you send an email, which is the part in black, and then Dr. Uzarowski responds on December 21 with the part in red. And you ask about the difference, what standard would be considered in Ontario in respect to friction. And he responds, there's no recent clear standard for SN requirements on highways in Ontario. Golder would be pleased to discuss with the city how we can assist in that aspect. And we'll go through, and I know that you don't take Golder up on that offer to provide some advice about how one can interpret friction values within standards. Is that right? You didn't take him up on that, the invitation?
No, we have we're fast forwarding quite a ways here, but we have a review with SEMA that gets done, I believe, sort of pre and post resurfacing that gives us that information.
So you go that way instead of going to Golder. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. Second, you ask about the British pendulum test. And you'd already asked about why it was done in unfavorable weather conditions. And here you're asking about your reference. As you indicate, your test, our test results were reasonable given the weather conditions. And he responds, the BPN numbers were not reliable because of the weather conditions. And then lastly, you ask about shot blasting method to address skid resistance, and asked about Ontario references. Dr. Uzarowski says the concern is still about skid potential is still there, and gives you some names of companies. So just on that third point, when you ask, can you supply Ontario references, the use of this method, what are you looking for there? What do you mean by references? I'm just a bit confused about what you're asking for.
Yeah, so what I'm hoping is he'd connect me to a contractor or municipality or provincial agencies that's supplying it locally and using it to try and get a better understanding of what they're using it for or how they apply it.
Okay. Thank you. I just wasn't sure if you were looking for like academic references or, sort of that research references. That's helpful. You go on to say, I do note that both the trade wind and the BPT results were considered inconclusive, and ask for further understanding of the proposal. On what basis did you, at this point, conclude that the trade wind results were inconclusive?
So the trade wind results again were referencing that UK standard. I think they determined that there was a requirement, or not a requirement, but they were within an investigatory level. Here, I believe Dr. Uzarowski is indicating there's a skidding or a skid issue, and he's suggesting that we go ahead with the shot blasting and skid abrading, which I mean, to your earlier point, he said he's brought forward to staff previously. And I guess I think, and I'm not sure if we've looked at this yet, but I know there was a couple proposals for this project. And I believe that one of them said, or the one that I read said, and again, I'm paraphrasing, to review the materials on the Red Hill to see if such an issue exists or something like that. And I'm not sure if we've got that proposal.
We're certainly going to walk through some, and I invite you to tell me if we land on what you're thinking about right now. Just on this point, so you have said, and you've said a few times in your evidence, that there was no standard in Ontario, that the Tradewin report said that. Was there any other basis for you to conclude and use the word inconclusive in respect of the Tradewin report?
So I guess, again, I'm referring to the language that's been, brought forward through the media and sort of previously characterized.
You mean Gary's language?
Fair.
So you were accepting Gary's interpretation that the Tradewin report was inconclusive? I'm not, yeah, so I guess we're debating the term inconclusive. It did arrive at, I mean, it does have a conclusions. It says to do further testing and potential remedial work, right? Yes.
But I'm not sure it arrived at a conclusion about, the absolute skid resistance.
Please go on and explain that answer. I don't understand that answer. Could you explain what you mean by, I'm not sure it arrived at a conclusion about absolute skid resistance?
Yeah, I mean, the Tradewin report indicated to do further studies and to do potential remedial work. But yeah, those were, so that's what I took from it. That's what I got from it.
Did you have any basis to conclude that the friction values that were set in the Tradewin report were inconclusive in any way?
Well, we're trying to draw a line here between the friction measurements and concluding, that there are a major factor or something like that. So I didn't see that conclusion.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 324, please? So we're into January now, and we're really sort of jumping forward again, just to follow this thread that you have with Dr. Zarowski. And if you could call out a registrar 752 at the top. And so here you are updating Ms. Audie, copying Mr. Sabot, and going sort of back and forth in the email exchanges. You ask, or you advise Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot that Golder's reply is that the work is out of scope and that there's this attached letter of proposal to provide data in respect of some of the questions that you had previously asked. At the end of the 4 paragraphs, you say, we had a call this week and Ludimir advised me that he would provide these frameworks for reference. Otherwise, his work would be meaningless, as are his recommendations. So I'm just trying to understand that particular line. Was Dr. Zarowski saying that he would provide frameworks of reference acknowledging that otherwise his work would be meaningless? Or are you saying you need those, otherwise to you his work is meaningless?
So what I'm saying in this is that I've got a series of measurements, I think, coming back from Golders, and I need to have goalposts to put those measurements within. Otherwise, I just have measurements.
Yes. And so I'm trying to understand,
Yeah.
did Dr. Zarowski agree that just having measurements was not useful to you? Or are you saying, I don't find it to be useful just having that? I'm just trying to, I'm sorry to sort of be so nitpicky on the language. Do you understand my question?
So I think what you're asking is, in my conversation with Golders, regarding the draft report, which I can't remember exactly all of the elements that were in there. So I got some measurements, but it didn't tell me, this average medium or the measured texture depth or the British pendulum tests. What frameworks was he referring to? That's what I was asking for. Otherwise, again, I just have measurements. So my understanding was that Golders was going to go back and provide me those frames of reference.
Okay. I'll move on. Actually, one sort of final question there. Recognizing the frame of reference is useful. If a consultant was providing a recommendation for action, sort of next steps, does that in and of itself carry weight with you, or did you feel like you really could not assess what Dr. Zarowski was proposing as a result of not having those frames of reference?
I'm not sure at this point what the recommendations were. I'm not sure if we're on our first or second version of the report. So
fair enough. And I'm sorry I've taken you through time and in a way that it's not as chronological, so it's not as clear. And I am trying to sort of jump through and be quite targeted on this. But I can certainly go to the particular, wherein they attached a letter of proposal in which Golder is saying, we're pleased to provide you with additional work. What you're saying, what you're asking for is out of scope. Do you remember the back and forth where you viewed it to be part of the scope to provide the framework for analysis, and Golder's viewed it to be a new aspect of work that you were asking for?
Yeah, I remember going back and forth on trying to determine, the original scope and measurements and requirements of that assignment, and then B, the references by which those measurements would get placed and evaluated. So I in my mind, that was in scope and potentially, at the time, Golders maybe viewed it out of scope. I think we arrived at a final report maybe late February or early March or something like that, which my understanding had the references in it.
I think that's right. And I don't want to have you try to do this by memory without sort of the document. So I'm just going to take you to a few. Registrar, can you go to 299, page 299, paragraph 694? Thank you. And this actually goes on to the next page, but just this is just before the week before you you email Ms. Audie, the one we were just looking at. And this is really just to make sure that we're all following the same chronology. This is the back and forth where you're saying, I need the references. Please provide me with the references. Otherwise, it's not I don't feel like you fulfilled the scope of your work. Am I fairly paraphrasing where you were in January 13, 2019?
Yeah, correct.
You also say in this email at the bottom of what's up on the screen here that there are traffic volumes and speed considerations, and you asked them to be removed from the report. And this comes up again, and I think maybe I'll just jump you to that before I ask questions about that particular issue. Registrar, can you keep this up on one side, but call up page 321, please? Oh, I'm sorry, I misspoke. 327, please. And you'll see at the bottom, you write to Dr. Zrowski, this is on the 18th, and you're again talking about the range and wanting to know whether the range is good. At the bottom, this is in respect of PSV. You say the recommendations have no weight or meaning if there are no supporting framework. And I think what I'm hearing from your evidence is that's actually your general view, is the recommendations or the information doesn't, the numerical values don't have weight or meaning if they're not supported by a framework. Is that right?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, can on the right-hand side, could you go to 328? And the third paragraph down, you say your inclusion of speed and traffic volume data is outdated and does not refer to the most current studies done via another consultant. And you say the assignment, there's no mention of reporting requirements about contributing factors such as speed, volumes, or other influences. And just, I know I haven't taken you to this, but part of the Golder report was referencing traffic volumes over time and issues around speeding on the Red Hill. And so you ask again for that information to be taken out. Why did you ask Golders to remove reference to speed and traffic volumes if they viewed those to be relevant to issues around friction?
So I'm not aware that Golders has sort of current data or been connected with, either the, our folks in operations or the folks I think at SEMA who have up to date, the up to date data. I appreciate that, the Golders has identified that the volumes are higher and impacting impacting the payment life cycle. I'm just I'm indicating that I don't think it's part of the scope, and I'm not sure where they got the data and why they picked those two items. But I think we go back and forth a little bit on this, and to my knowledge, they end up keeping it in the report, and that's fine. It's their consideration for some background.
Okay. And just to follow through on the rest of this, because you've already said, you thought at the end of February, they did ultimately provide a final report, and they did. It's actually March 1st. And you accepted that report and were content to rely on that report?
I believe so. I mean, I don't think we didn't have any other exchanges.
So you did not have a final draft of that report when you were preparing PW 18008A, is that right? I
had, I'm not sure where the drafts were, but that's the order of operations.
So you certainly have a draft. We've just been going through the drafts that you had, but you didn't have a final version.
No.
Or February 6th when that report was presented. Is that right?
Correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. And can you go to page 278 and 279, please? On January 2nd, Mr. Malone emailed you to check in about whether his attendance was required at a PWC meeting on January 14th. By this point, you know that the reports that you're responsible for, particularly PW 18008A, are not going to PwC on January 14th, right?
Yeah, correct.
On January 3rd, you emailed Ms. Audie and Mr. Sabot. You'll see it 6:49. Registrar, could you pull that out, and also 6:50? And you say, did either of you connect with Brian Malone on this matter? I'm meeting today on this and wanted to understand next steps. What did you understand Ms. Audie or Mr. Sabot to be connecting with Brian Malone on?
My understanding was they were connecting with him, through that, I guess, the Bogosian retainer, and trying to, connect all of that. And what I'm seeing, or what I'm understanding, is that potentially we thought Brian would be in attendance. But maybe, with respect to the road safety.
Okay. I asked you earlier about the December 13th draft opinion letter from Mr. Bogosian. Does this assist with whether you were aware of its existence in December? Just by the way, you're asking this question in January.
It appears that I didn't know it existed, but
that's just your inference sitting here today.
yeah, correct.
Do you recall what meeting you were attending on January 3rd for which you wanted to know or understand next steps?
No, I don't.
The next paragraph, 650, says Mr. Sabot replied advising he was in the office if you wanted to discuss. Do you recall if you reached out to Mr. Sabot?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you remember receiving any information from Mr. Sabot or Ms. Audie about whether they had connected with Mr. Malone?
No, I don't.
And at this point, do you recall whether you were given any further direction about whether you could contact Mr. Malone about the trade report if you wanted to?
Yeah, no, and not at this point. I don't recall that.
You don't recall that either way, or you're confident that that didn't happen?
I don't recall it either way.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. And if you can go to 281 and 282, please. So just before I call it anything, through January, maybe we'll just go through the chronology just so you have it front of mind. On January 23rd, Ms. Audie submits a legal report to council and attends a closed session on January 23rd. And then on February 6th, there is a GIC meeting, and a number of reports are provided, including PW 18008A, of which you're a co-author, right?
Correct.
Okay, so in advance of January 23rd, it appears from the records to me that there is a fair bit of meetings and discussion between Mr. Solo's group, you, Mr. McKinnon, legal services, and communications. Is that at a high level a fair statement?
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Through January, how much time was this taking up for you?
Well, without referring to my calendar, I can't tell you, but it was, yeah, a large part of the certainly a large part of the work that was underway.
Okay, so I can see there's certainly a number of meetings. You'd have to attend those. There's the PW 18008A. Were you the first drafter? Were you starting from a blank page, or did Mr. Solda do that and you reviewed it?
I don't recall it was sort of the administrative lead. I believe I authored, a couple of paragraphs or some of the chunks that referred to the illumination and the friction testing and the proposed resurfacing. But
Okay.
I don't recall if Diana or Edwards admin at the time created the original report.
Okay. But I mean, the substantive content, you put in some paragraphs and then Mr. Solda put in the other paragraphs. Is that right?
Correct.
In terms of the FOI, I don't see many documents that demonstrate what work you are doing personally on collecting documents on the FOI. Were you doing any?
That's not really my role, to be gathering documents. So no.
Are you being updated by anyone who is gathering documents?
Sorry, what? I thought we not, oh no, we haven't submitted this, the FOI yet, have we?
No, that happens in
No.
January.
Okay. And I believe that there's a list or an ongoing either spreadsheet or folder or something that folks are adding the data to. But no, I don't know if I'm getting like a daily update or weekly or wherever it sits.
Okay, and who specifically do you understand is gathering documents?
So I think it's being gathered through Diana and through DePonker.
DePonker's dealing with the audit. Is he
Correct.
also dealing with the FOI?
Maybe I'm not remembering correctly. And potentially Jasmine, but again, I'm gapping a little bit here.
Okay. Communications, Jasmine and others, they are certainly actively involved in creating a communications plan for the eventual disclosure. Is that fair to say that you at least at the high level know that they're actively engaged in trying to sort out how this is going to unfold publicly? And you reviewed some communication plans and had meetings with external communications consultants as well.
I was in meetings where the external communications folks were there. Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the document suggests that you also reviewed the legal services reports that were eventually submitted to council. And I'll come to that, but just generally, do you remember doing that?
So the legal services report that went in camera, or the one in?
Yes.
Yeah. I think I review a version of it to provide some sort of technical background on it, but I'm not sure if I see the entire report.
Okay. I'm just really at this point taking you through what tasks were on your plate in January. Besides the things that we've just gone through, were you doing anything else? Oh, and sorry, and you're dealing with the audit, is that right?
Correct.
And so is that those tasks that we've just gone through, are those the things that are related to the Red Hill that are on your plate?
Well, I mean, the resurfacing, ensuring that, all of the components for that are together, the review with Golders, the ongoing audit, which was kind of a citywide audit, which then either changed in scope or gathered up the Red Hill, and the Freedom of Information report.
Okay.
And then assembling a report for council to inform them of most, if not all, of that sort of subject matter.
Okay, that last bit, what can you provide a bit more detail about what you mean by that? Do you mean PW 18008A? Or do you
Yeah,
mean?
correct.
Oh, okay. The one that you provided some of the paragraphs for and worked with Edward to complete.
Correct.
Commissioner, it is just about 1:00, which I think is time for lunch.
I certainly think so. We'll stand adjourned until 2:15.
Thank you. Registrar, could you put council into a breakout room, please? Thank you, Mr. McGuire. Before the break, before the lunch break, we were talking about some interactions that you had with Golder, not immediately before the lunch break, but before lunch. And I want to go back to one point on that. Registrar, could you bring up OD9A, page 327 and 328? And you'll see at the bottom of 327 at 768, you send Dr. Izrowski a fairly lengthy email. And this again is in the period of time where you were asking for the range or the frameworks for the analysis, not just the numerical values. Registrar, if you can pull up the last full paragraph on 328. Lastly, your comments. So one of the things that you say in your email to Dr. Izrowski is the city asked for clarity as Golder stated that friction concerns are still valid. Yet on the other hand, Golder states if there is a concern with frictional characteristics, and that's taken from the report and I think from your discussions with Dr. Izrowski. These statements don't fully align as the first implies there is a concern and the second suggests there may be a concern. So as we go forward, as you testified this morning, Golders does finalize a final report and does provide additional information about the frameworks or the ranges that would apply to these tests. Did you ever receive clarity on whether Golder had conclusively concluded that there was a concern about friction as a result of the testing that they did for this report?
Sorry, I don't believe Golders put that in the report that there was a concern around the friction.
I can pull out the report if you'd like. I'm quoting your quotes here. That's what you quoted these things. I'm sorry. Maybe I don't understand what you're.
I think your question was, did I ever get sort of an absolute yes or no from Golders? And what I'm presenting in this paragraph in this commentary is we're looking for some frameworks, and I believe the comment around is there a concern or if there is a concern is from the proposal, but then, and I'm not sure where the friction concerns are still valid comment comes from. I'm trying to align them and make sure that I understand. So probably didn't answer your question.
That's all right. So the second quote there, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics, that's from the report. And again, I recognize this is a little disjointed because we're trying to go through it, sort of not chronologically, but eventually you do get a report in March of 2019. And it does set out the ranges of that are relevant to the various tests. And I'm trying to understand from you, did you glean from your final, from the final report, whether or not Golder was identifying for you that there was a friction concern?
I wonder if we could go to the report, the final version or the draft, but particularly the final version if you're asking for his view on that.
Sure. The draft is HAM 54182. And I believe it's image 2 and 3. That we should be looking at. Thank you. And so it's at the bottom, Mr. McGuire, of image two, which is on the left-hand side. As discussed with the city, if there is a concern with frictional characteristics of the SMA surface course on the RHVP, an immediate effective solution would be to carry out shot blasting, skid abrading of areas of concern on the existing pavement. This treatment is relatively quick and low cost. So that's the draft. And then the final is GOL 6612. And it looks quite different now. Can you go to image 2 and image 3? So now you have a range. And my question was, having received this final report, did you understand? Oh, and maybe I'll just actually refer you to the change in language that most closely reflects from the draft is underneath the table. It says, as was brought to the city's attention a number of times previously, an immediate and effective treatment to address concern with frictional characteristics on the SMA surface course would be to carry out shot blasting. Do you see that? I can get the
No, it's fair. I'm just sorry. I'm rereading the analysis interpretation section and then just catching up with you now.
Sure. So I was directing you to the paragraph underneath the table.
Okay.
And so my question is, having received this report and all the back and forth that went into this, sort of getting to this final report, did you understand, having received this report, whether or not Golder had conclusively determined that there was an issue with friction on the Red Hill?
No, I don't. I don't think I understand at this point that they've got a. I understand that Dr. Uzrowski's identified that he can, he considers there to be, some concerns, but from what I'm getting from the results, and I was just trying to read back to the SN40 and everything else like that, he's suggesting treatments if we think there are concerns. If I'm sort of paraphrasing.
Okay, so that's what he said in the draft.
Right.
So now we have this, which has different language in it. And I'm trying to understand, as of March of 2019, what you took from this report in terms of the friction values on the Red
Hill. So I think what I took, and I think I probably knew this already. There wasn't a correlation between skid number, grip number, British pendulum value. I think, again, he pointed out that, there wasn't a standard by which to kind of benchmark those. I'm still not certain that I fully appreciate the sort of the issues or his concerns around the frictional characteristics. I do note that he identifies that good weather conditions are required for is that microsurfacing and I'm assuming shot blasting as well.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this document. Can you go back into OD9A, page 281 to 282? You received a calendar invitation from John Hertel for a meeting entitled Confidential Agenda, along with Ms. Graham, Mr. Zagarek, Mr. McKinnon, and Karen Gordon. And the notes that are up on the screen right now are Ms. Graham's minutes of that meeting. Do you recall attending that meeting with Ms. Gordon? Would have been a new addition to the group of people who you'd been meeting with on the Red Hill before this point?
My recollection is that I don't think I ever met Ms. Gordon. I believe she was on the phone.
Okay. Registrar, could you go to page 284, please? And if you can pull it paragraph 660. So these are Mr. Bogosian's notes of a call that he had on January 8 with Ms. Audie. You're not on this call, and these are not your notes, but you'll see in the third row in his notes, it says January 28, 2018, staff rep summarizing various previous reports. Further testing listed had been done, but no one knew about it. GIC, January 16, her and Gord will speak. So in terms of timing, we're at January 8th now. Was January 16th the target date to disclose the Tradewind report to GIC? There was a GIC meeting previously scheduled on that day.
So to my knowledge, look, I wasn't involved in the higher level of conversation around when this was moving forward. I knew that we were bringing a report forward. I wasn't aware of the dates or the times
Or the forum? I mean, GIC.
Oh, sorry, yeah, you're asking if we were going to GIC or PW?
Or council.
I don't think staff presents to council, but I think we go to the general issues committee and then they deliberate at council. But anyways, so the GIC and or PW. I thought we were going to PW, but that sort of changed course and we went to GIC.
Okay, so the reason that I raised this here is in part because of timing, but also because Mr. Bogosian has said her and Gord to speak, and I think the her there is Ms. Audie. By early January, did you understand that the plan that was forming to disclose the Tradewind report was that you and Ms. Audie would present to the appropriate group of counselors, whichever form it was in?
I didn't understand my role to be at that level.
You didn't understand that you would be presenting?
No, correct.
Okay. And in the end, you didn't actually present when the Tradewind report was disclosed, right?
Correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 287, please? And can you pull up 665? This may not be enough context for you to answer this question, actually. Why don't we pull up 286 and 287 together? Thank you. So just to give you a little bit of context to the question I'm going to ask. On January 7th, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Beck, Ms. Jacob, Mr. Olazewski, copying Mr. Soldo, Mr. White, and you regarding the RHVP roadside safety assessment, a draft of which had been received by Mr. Ferguson and had been circulated for comment. You see that at 664?
Yes, I do.
Ms. Jacob replied later that day with some comments. Do you recall talking to her about her comments before she sent them to this group?
No, I don't.
Okay. One of the comments, and Register, perhaps you can pull this out, is the fourth comment down. A little bit further. Yeah, that's perfect. Thank you, Registrar. So she makes a comment that in respect of SEMA's language, so what's quoted there is SEMA's language. Immediately after the resurfacing is complete and provided that adequate wet weather skid resistance is achieved, remove all slippery and wet signs and monitor collisions. And her comment is, this seems to be rather vague. How to determine what is adequate skid resistance and how long should this be monitored? Who will be doing this monitoring, and also when and who is installing the slippery and wet signs? So leaving aside the last point about the installation of slippery and wet signs and focusing on the two questions that she has, did you at this point in January have an intention to put in place a skid resistance monitoring program?
Sorry, are you asking if I am going to, or the Public Works is considering developing a skid resistance monitoring process?
Yes, once the resurfacing is done.
Well, I mean, I know that there was conversations around what that kind of what might look like, but the question, I think she frames it, is how do we determine what's adequate, and then how do we learn? You know, we're back to the standards issue, and how does that go forward?
So certainly the development of a program would have to have some thresholds about what that program is going to actually monitor. Certainly.
Correct.
You said there were some discussions, and I know that it's been a very long day, but that is a bit of a vague comment. There are some discussions. Do you recall being involved in discussions, and do you recall the content of those discussions?
Correct. And I mean, between October and January, there were discussions around friction. I mean, I think that's a fairly safe statement to make.
Yes.
Then conversations about what is it, who has standards, how do you measure it, what does it look like? That's evolving as we work through this, and having conversations with Golders about a set of materials tests that, you know, are also looking at material properties. So yes, it was an ongoing conversation, but I can't tell you, you know, it was on a Thursday and it took place with these 4 people, but yeah, I mean, obviously we're talking about friction.
Okay, so my initial question was, did you have an intention to put in place a skid resistance monitoring program to start after resurfacing?
I don't know if we've turned our mind to that fully yet. And I think, you know, the challenge there would be, I think you mentioned it earlier, developing the thresholds by which, you know, you would determine what's adequate, would take a fair bit of effort for us to figure out, you know, which material and which type of testing process and all of that. So I know we've been talking about friction and friction testing, but without those sorts of frameworks, it's difficult to say that we were going to measure specifically.
Okay, so what I think I'm hearing from your evidence is that you had not turned your mind to thinking through how a program to monitor friction, would be designed or implemented. Is that fair?
I think we turned our minds to what a program would look like, but we didn't have a template or a standard to follow. So that's probably the way I would phrase it.
I'm hearing you turned your mind to the obstacles that would be in the hurdles you'd have to meet to be able to put something in place. But did you actually turn your mind to, okay, once we have this new resurfaced road, we are going to develop a program to monitor skid resistance going forward? Did you turn your mind to that between December and resurfacing?
So, I mean, we did test the facility pre and post. I think we've mentioned, but how to monitor it going forward. I don't know if we turned our mind fully to what that looks like and in particular in detail.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you could now go to 665. So you respond, thanks, Susan. Do we have enough details to tender? And if so, when? So that's January 8. It looks like you do not have your head in the details of where the tendering process is in the resurfacing in early January. Is that fair?
Yeah, I mean, I'm asking Susan for some details here, so yeah, just trying to get an update.
And you left the process to sort of get to tender, and then the process to unfold tender primarily to Ms. Jacob and Mr. Beck. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. Can you go to page 294, please? And can you call it 682 and 683, please? So this is January 10. Mr. McKinnon wrote to you and Mr. Soldo asking if you could accelerate the report. I think accelerate the finalization of PW 18008A. Legal is struggling for a reason to go in camera in the absence of some other report. So by this point, where were you in the drafting of PW 18008A?
I'm not sure. Based on Dan's email, it looks like it was, still in process.
Okay. Did you understand that legal, from this email, that legal's preference was to try to combine its report at the same time as another report? I mean, in time, not in substance. Combine and bring forward at the same time a legal report and then a non-legal public report?
I don't think that's what I understand, because it says below that it looks like we're headed to PW. I don't know if legal would go to Public Works, but that's what I'm reading. I think I understand at that time.
Okay, so but you're not really involved in the process, and your boss is asking you to accelerate it, and I presume that you tried to get that report finalized as soon as you could. Is that fair?
Yeah, correct.
Registrar, you can close this down. Registrar, can you bring up 297, page 297, please? You'll see at 688, Mr. Ferguson emailed Mr. Malone and Mr. Hideyeki at SEMA asking for an update to the 2018 collision memo. And Mr. Malone sent Mr. Ferguson and others at SEMA an update that they initiated their request. And there's some discussion about what would be included in that in terms of date ranges. Registrar, can you now go to page 311? And can you call out 726? So this goes on to the next page, but we'll just start here. So on January 15th, SEMA did complete the 2019 SEMA collision memorandum. Do you recall reviewing this memorandum once it was circulated internally within the city?
No, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall that this memorandum showed that there had actually been some disconnect in the memorandum that had been completed the year before, back in August, and that in fact the data sets had been different, and this resulted in the RHVP having higher collision rates compared to provincial averages than previously thought in 2018. Do you remember that sort of back and forth, that there was some change in these collision memorandums?
Not specifically. This is an operational conversation, and I'm probably engaged in it, but I don't recall it specifically.
Okay. You say it's operational, you mean it's under traffic operations and engineering?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And but you do not recall learning that, in fact, the RHV collision rates were less favorable than had been thought the year before?
No, I don't recall that.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this. And if you can go to 305, please. If you can pull out 712. On January 14, you sent a letter to the privacy officer and you copied Ms. Audie, enclosing the 2 bound books of correspondence related to the above index. Who prepared the index between December, when we last looked at this, and January 14th? Was it Diana who was responsible for collating and collecting these documents? Or was it legal?
If I remember correctly, we had an index of the documents, and I believe we received something back from people that indicated fully or partially responsive or something along those lines. I'm not sure if it was an update of our index or a completely separate one. Okay.
Yeah. So Ms. McNeil went off on a leave in mid-December, and just before she went off, she did provide you with sort of a summary of her advice and recommendations about what was responsive and what wasn't. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, I believe so.
Okay. But between that period of time, which was, I think, December 18th and January 14th, do you know what additional work, if any, was done to prepare the response to the FOI office?
I'm not sure. It says there was a couple of bound books, so I'm not sure if we were printing and providing in hard copy, but yeah, that's the best I can recall.
Okay. But you weren't directly involved in the finalization of this index or the preparation of the printing of the documents. Is that right?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this down and go to 302, please. And can you bring up 303 as well, actually, please? And if you can call out 700 and 701, and on the other side, 702. And 703, please, actually. Sorry, Registrar. Just try to have everything up so you don't have to keep opening things. So this is in mid-January. Mr. Soldo emailed Mr. White and Mr. Ferguson under the subject line report and says, I need your written confirmation that the trade wind report was not shared with either of you or any of your staff regarding friction testing. And then Mr. Soldo says that staff report, there's a table that's, the appendix A that we were looking at before the lunch break. And he says, how do you know it was completed? And Mr. Ferguson responds, I've never seen the report. I asked Gary previously, but never received a response. It is listed as completed because Gary verbally stated it was completed on numerous occasions. And then Mr. White responds, I can confirm I've never seen the report. I did ask for it several times. And he goes on to reference a meeting with Mr. Mader, Mr. McKinnon, Mr. Ferguson, where Mr. Moore spoke about an English test or standard, and he declined to share the results with Dan and John Mader. I never saw the test results or any reports from anybody. And then Mr. Solda forwards these responses to you. And you also at the same time are asking Ms. Jacob and Mr. Audie and Mr. Renault. So just focusing on these for a moment, Was this the first time when you received these statements that you were aware that traffic operations and engineering staff had prior knowledge of the fact of friction testing, but had not received a copy of the results?
So you're asking, yes, I'm aware that staff knew that there was friction testing done. But and I think I canvassed staff if they'd ever seen the report before. I'm not sure if it was prior to this or after.
Okay, so I know from these emails you're aware. Just want to understand if your answer. Were you aware before you received these emails that traffic operations and engineering staff had reached out to Mr. Moore, asked for results, knew the fact that Gary had said there were results, but didn't have copies of the results? Did you know all of those things before January 14th?
Probably. I'm just trying to recall back in time, when we first had the conversations with operations staff, traffic operations and engineering. So yeah, I'm aware that the operations engineering staff have knowledge that there was friction testing, and I'm also aware that they've never seen it. But I'm not sure if this is the first time or this is the first time in writing.
Okay, you said we first had conversations with operations staff. Who is the we and who are the operations staff?
So, I mean, we would be probably myself and Dan if, we were getting this going early. And then it would be Edward, and I can't recall if Dave and or Martin were in any of those conversations, at the outset.
Okay, so you think that you and Dan or Edward, so Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Soldo, had conversations with traffic operations and engineering staff, but you're not sure if Dave or Martin were in any of those conversations?
Yeah, correct.
Who besides Dave and Martin would have been in those conversations?
Right now, I mean, to my recollection, it would have been the myself and Dan and Edward.
Okay, I understand. So you're having conversations amongst yourself. I had understood from your evidence that you had gone and sought information from traffic engineering and operations staff. Did you do that?
No, I sought information from my staff.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. So
yeah, maybe I misstated that.
That's okay. I'm glad we were clarifying. So before this email, did you understand that Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White knew that friction testing had been done because Mr. Moore had told them, but that they had never seen a copy of the report before? Did you know that?
I can't definitively tell you if I knew it prior to this or this was the very first moment, but I am aware that staff had knowledge that friction testing was taking place, but I don't know that they'd asked for it and it had been not provided. That I'm not 100% sure.
Okay. And so you said you were aware that staff had knowledge of friction testing taking place. Besides Mr. Ferguson and Mr. White, which staff in particular were you aware knew about the fact that friction testing had taken place?
So I think if I recall correctly, some of the conversations I had, and I think maybe Rick Andoga mentioned that he might have known about it, and I'm not sure who else inside our section or the division. But yes, I'm aware that there was a knowledge of friction testing, but not 100% who had that knowledge.
Okay. Page 310, please. You can close all those call outs. And if you can call out 723 and the table, please. Mr. Cameron, Ms. Cameron, emailed someone in a financial assistant to get information about Golder's POs and the status of them over time. And it was at your request. Why were you looking into Golder's POs and projects?
I can't recall directly. I think I'm trying to sort out potentially where we are with the 2017 assignment. But that's or sorry, is this also in context of the audit? Because I know that the sort of the pavement management technology reviews started back a ways, and then there were some iterations on them. And I apologize, I'm wandering around a little bit there.
That's all right. I don't know. That's why I'm asking. This is
Okay.
January 15, 2019, and you ask for the status of various Golder project requisitions. It looks like you want a sense, and particularly not just of open ones, not just of closed ones, but sort of everything back. It looks, these ones go back to 2013. Can you give any insight into why you were looking back at the history of Golder's interactions and projects with the city?
I think it's probably a due diligence exercise to make sure that I understood what assignments had been done and where we were with them.
Okay.
Still want to open.
Registrar, could you close this and go to page 320, please? And can you pull it 748? Mr. Sabot forwarded an email from Ms. Audie, and that email was actually, maybe I'll just have it up just really for context. Registrar, I'm sorry. Can you close this call out and call out both 747 and 748? So Ms. Audie asked Ms. Graham for a media history, and Ms. Audie is asking specifically for pavement and safety, but we're looking for comments by staff that you have mentioned. And then Ms. Sabot forwards that email, I believe it's that email, to, I'm sorry, I'm realizing that's not the email. It was the email from the day before. You know what, let's go into the actual document just so that I'm not misstating anything. Registrar, can you go into HAM 62052? No, I misspoke. HAM 62050. Sorry about that confusion, Mr. McGuire. This is the email that's forwarded to you. I want to make sure that you were looking at the full email. So you'll see Mr. Sabot, pardon me, Ms. Audie sends to Mr. Sabot a draft of the preliminary report to council. This is on January 17th. She asked that Mr. Sabot circulate it to Mr. Bogosian and to you for comment. And then it would go to Mr. McKinnon and Mr. Zagaric. And Mr. Sabot does send it to you, and he copies Mr. Bogosian and asks for it with respect to time frame. And for you, he says, Gord, please pay particular attention to accuracy of the factual background. So just stopping there, at this point, were you aware that Mr. Bogosian had been retained, that he was the external lawyer who had been retained to assist the city with this issue?
I believe I am.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. And if you can bring up HAM 62057. So this is the attached report. At this point, did you understand, this is by January 17th, that there was going to be a report that legal made to counselors, and then that would be followed on a different day by your report about PW 18008A?
I believe I'm aware. It's kind of a two-step process at this point.
Okay. Registrar, could you bring up the next image, please? So I just want to give you a sense. I think, and it's a little hard to see here, but if you go to image 2 and call out Registrar, the above solicitor client privileged flag. Yeah, thank you. So you do make some comments on it, you send it back, and you see this is just a typo, but I think that this is you. I just want to confirm. You see there are financial impacts associated with the potential increase in the city's liability and potentially an increase in insurance claim related costs. The exact amount is not no. And then there's a comment that says known, and it says MG6, I think. Is that you? Can you identify that just from the initials that are being used?
Not really, but are there other comments from like the MG?
There are
That
more
might be-
substantive comments, which might be more
That
refreshing.
might be
Better.
yeah, but does it not sort of reverse your so the WU, is that like Windows user? Anyways, are there any other comments?
There are. I'm going to take you to some of more substance.
Okay.
Registrar, could you close this and go to image 3 and 4? And if you can pull out the top half of image 3, please. Thank you. So I think this is your addition and then also your comment, and you're referencing you, which is why I think that you are clearly doing that. And then you say, I would like to be clear in my actions on this point. So I'm pretty sure that MG is you. Maybe you can take a minute to review this and confirm.
Okay.
See that?
Yep, I do.
So can you confirm MG is your comments?
Yes, I would confirm that. Yes.
Okay. And why did you think it was important to put into this the legal report the references that you've included here in this paragraph that is added?
So I want to make sure that at this point in time, it's understood when, the pivot took place. I'm not sure if, is that my comment and the inserted paragraph, or am I just commenting on the inserted paragraph?
I believe it's all yours because Mr. Sabot says I haven't made any comments. I don't think he's made any edits in it. So I can certainly, don't want to do it right this moment, but I can pull the native and confirm. And if it's not your insert, then I will advise. But I do think it's yours, and I think you answered that question.
Yeah.
Registrar, could you close the call out and call out the second part, the bottom part of image 3? There's also a reference to the second paragraph, which is the one before solicitor-client privilege. The concern is that the trade-in report was not shared with other city staff at the time and was not released during earlier FOI requests. And you say as above, which I think is actually an earlier comment about confirming whether there was earlier FOI results. And just on that, did you subsequently learn that there was not any FOI results, or pardon me, FOI requests before the one that we've been looking at?
Yeah, I did learn that there were not previous FOI requests, but I'm not certain when.
Okay. The other comment that is left there, number 15, the concern also includes the fact that the UK standard is an investigator standard, i.e. do more investigation on the facility. There are no records of any further actions. And so that was a comment, did you want that to be included in the substance? That there had been a period of time where there was no records of any further investigation?
I think that was just my comments to the draft, and in reflection, it looks like there was some further work through the Golders assignment, but yeah, I didn't seem to connect that dot then.
Okay. Registrar, you can close this, and if you can go back into OD9, page 326 and 327, please. At 326, at paragraph 764, there was another calendar invitation for a meeting. One of many. I've jumped through past some of them. This one is Mr. Segerick sending it, and it's Ms. Audie, Mr. Yu, Mr. Soldo, and Mr. McKinnon. And Ms. Graham prepared a note, which appears to be from this meeting. And it says council in camera on Wednesday. And so you understood by the 21st that the council was going to be meeting to get a heads up about the training report on the 23rd?
Yes, I did.
There's some reference to the speed limit report, that was under Mr. Soldo, right?
Yeah, that's correct.
And you understood that was arising from a study that SEMA had done?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. And then at the top, PW 18008A, it references end-to-end illumination and friction testing. Registrar, could you pull those two bullets out? So here you reference 2017 assignment. We had a consultant, answers are vague, not much action in that, but we did previously report that there was friction testing. Is that last line, is that in reference to the appendix A where friction testing was marked as complete?
Sorry, remind me again. These are Jasmine's notes?
Jasmine's notes.
Yeah, I would have to say yes.
And at this point, we talked a little bit about this earlier. Did you view the 2017 assignment to be type of testing that would be characterized as friction testing?
So I'm casting my mind back to the proposal, which I think was looking at we had that conversation before the lunch break, looking at the frictional characteristics or the material on the Red Hill. So yes, I would have characterized it as that.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close that down. And can you go to page 332, please? Can you pull out 780? Actually, I'm sorry, you can close that one down. Can you pull it 781, please? Registrar, there's one last line that's on page 333. Could you add that to the call out? Thank you, Registrar. So, Mr. McGuire, this is the back and forth excerpted from text messages. You're the custodian and the contact name is not listed, but it's a continuation of your text messages with Mr. Moore. So just stopping there, I don't think I asked you this earlier when we were talking about text messages with Mr. Moore. Apart from the messages that we've looked at, you didn't message with text message with Mr. Moore in the usual course?
No, I did not.
That was not your professional or personal relationship with him?
Correct.
So the message that starts on January 21 is Mr. Moore saying, if you want to redo every road once every 25 years, you need to spend 4% of capital value every year. And he goes on and you say, thanks, not trying to muddy the waters, as finance has put other numbers out there. This seems to be picking up at a bit of an odd starting place for a conversation. Did you and Mr. Moore have some discussion before you moved to text?
No, so I think I'm sitting in a capital budget meeting, and looks like we're presenting the roads program, and so casting your mind back to the beginning of my transition role, and how to keep the roads from, quote unquote, crumbling. What you need to invest. So this is not related to the Red Hill. This is related to the road program citywide. And Gary apparently must have been watching, and this is my recollection that we were either in committee or council, and his comment. This is kind of a high asset value comment. It just reinvest X% of your overall, and that's your cycle.
Okay, so he's just giving you unsolicited advice while you're in a meeting.
Correct.
Okay. Registrar, can you close this down and go to page 334 and 335, please? And can you pull out 788 and 789? So the day before the GIC meeting, you're going through sorry, I should say it differently. The staff are working to finalize the various reports which are going to be provided, including 18008A. And this is an email exchange that Mr. Chabot replies from an email you'd sent before about your report. There's a reference in your PW, or there's several references to the fact that Golder has done pavement valuation, and we'll get to that. But you'll see Mr. Chabot says, as the Golder report indicates, Golder is still studying hot in place. You may want to address that in a presentation or add to your written report that HIR is no longer being considered, so it's not being pursued. And Ms. Cameron responds that on behalf of Gord, I want to confirm that the Golder letter that was provided for your information will not be part of the record to committee. And so what was your plan in terms of dealing with the underlying report that you hope to receive from Golder for the 2017 pavement evaluation? So you recall at this point, it's still in draft. You're still having discussions with Dr. Uzarowski. But had it been finalized, were you intending to append it to PW 18008A, or were you only ever intending to summarize it?
I'm only ever intending to summarize it.
And why is that? Is it not your practice to append consultant reports to staff reports?
I think I'm not sure we went down this discussion before, but if I did that, I would then have to attach the illumination report, which I think in its entirety is 50 or 60 pages. If I remember correctly, Edward's reports were, lengthy as well. So yes. In general, yes, to summarize, and then if someone was looking for more follow-up, we could undertake to deliver what was required.
Thank you. Registrar, you can close this down. If you can go to 336 and 337. At the bottom of 336, you'll see Mr. Maloney emailed you about his attendance at PwC on February 4, confirming it. At this point, you say we'll pay for that time. So I'm just stopping. I'm trying to really follow what you knew when. On January 23rd, you understood that you'd be going to PwC on February 4th and that Mr. Malone would be attending with you. Is that right?
That's what it appears, and so yes.
Yeah, presumably you would have told Mr. Malone if the date had changed.
Oh yeah, I wouldn't send him to the wrong meeting at the wrong time.
Good. So on January 23rd, the same day that you're having these discussions with Mr. Malone, a closed session of council occurs in the evening at 9:43 to 10:45. And it's at that meeting that Ms. Audie's report LS 19007 is presented. You're not listed in the closed session minutes for that council meeting. Did you attend?
No, I did not.
Did anyone debrief you about this meeting at any point before January 30th?
I don't have a direct recollection of sitting down and having a debrief, but I do understand that the meeting took place and that we were following up in February. I didn't get meeting specifics or details, if that's what you're asking.
That was what I was asking. Okay. Registrar, can you go to page 345 and 346, please? So you see on the bottom of 345, an email account named Joanne Taylor McKinnon sent Mr. McKinnon a whole set of questions, which are set out at 346. Mr. McKinnon has provided evidence that was just him using his spouse's home address to send to his work address. So on the 346, there's a whole number of questions that all relate to factual issues that are now before the inquiry and that relate to Mr. Moore's role and other things. You see those?
I do, yes.
We have a document, or Registrar, could you go to the next page? We have a document that identifies you with a similar questions as a custodian of that list. You'll see it on 820. It looks like that there's some back and forth between you and Mr. McKinnon to prepare a whole series of questions. Do you recall that back and forth with Mr. McKinnon?
I recall getting this set of questions, and I know that we went back and forth a little bit on it. So I guess the answer is yes.
Did you understand that this list was in preparation for an upcoming meeting with Mr. Moore?
No, I wasn't sure the purpose of the list. I might have been aware that it was with. I thought when I'm reading this now, it looks like I thought. Oh, it looks like I thought we was in preparation for us going to committee.
Okay, so I'm looking at your the questions that are in 820. Are you aware that the MTU halted use of MSA due to friction concerns in 2007? Who made the decision to place the original SMA? Why was the spectator told there was no friction results? So are you thinking these are questions that council may ask of you? Because these seem to be questions that could be directed factually to Mr. Moore.
Yes, I'm aware of this list, and I think my response was, wow, that's quite an undertaking, or something like that.
Yeah, at the top, and 817, you say, sure, that's quite a list.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I wasn't aware that it was, or maybe I was aware that it was in order to have a conversation with Gary, but we're lining up to try and get all of our information in advance of February 6th. Here it is, late January now.
Yep.
So yeah.
Okay, so do we want to just take a minute and just look at them? And in fact, I think they might go over to the next page, and just see, you can read them and see if you can identify, if you have a sense of what your questions and Mr. McKinnon's questions, if you can refresh your memory about what you thought the purpose of them was.
So I'm sorry, I'm reading the questions. Did we provide answers, or?
These are just questions.
Okay. I'm not sure what you're asking me again. And sorry.
It's okay. My question was, as you were preparing these questions, did you understand that they were going to be used in a meeting with Mr. Moore?
Sorry, did I prepare these questions?
You're listed as the custodian of the document. And so
Okay.
Mr. McKinnon prepares a bunch of questions, flips it to you. And then there's this document that has some additional questions from, in addition to those in Mr. McKinnon's email.
Okay.
And so I'm sorry if I've identified them as yours, maybe that's a presumption, but you're the custodian of the document. Maybe I'll start with that. Did you prepare these questions?
That's a good question.
Okay.
So if I read it, it looks like, like a compilation of what I've learned to date about SMA and MTO's involvement, or MTO's decisions, and then a few other things. And I'm not sure, again, sorry, I've lost context on this. If this was in order to be ready for council, or in order to have a conversation with Gary.
Okay. It is 20 after 3, which is 5 minutes after our regular break time. And I think it would make sense to take a break now, Mr. Commissioner, even just for 5 minutes, so that council can talk about next steps.
Sorry, that'd be fine. Let's adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll return at 3:25.
Commissioner. Council have discussed the process going forward, and including our estimates on time. And we agree, along with Mr. McGuire, that it makes sense to break for today. We have a free day on Monday that we don't have witnesses scheduled, and Mr. McGuire has made himself available to attend to finish my examination and further examination starting at 9 a.m. on Monday.
Okay, well, I think that makes sense. And Mr. McGuire, thank you for making yourself available on Monday morning. If there's nothing else we have to do this afternoon, we'll then stand adjourned until 9 o'clock on Monday morning, and I wish everyone a good weekend.
Thank you.
Thank you.